Hi and welcome back. Tonight we've got 5 hours of strange, unexplained stories to help you drift off. Mysteries, disappearances, things that were never quite explained. You don't need to stay awake for all of it. That's the whole point. Let the rain and my voice carry you somewhere quiet. And whenever sleep finds you, it finds you. If this is your first time here, this channel is called That AI Story. Welcome. If you've been here before, welcome back. Get comfortable, dim the lights, and let's begin. If you'd like more nights like this one, subscribing helps more than you'd think. But there's no rush. Settle in first. The whisper behind the door. Every night at exactly 3:13 a.m., someone whispered my name from behind my bedroom door. At first I thought it was my imagination. The whisper was so soft, it barely sounded human. Owen. Every night. Exactly 3:13. Always from the hallway. I checked every room. Nothing. Installed security cameras. Nothing. Locked every window. Nothing. I told myself it was the house settling. Old pipes, a draft under the door. But the whisper never sounded like wind. It sounded like breath. Close. Patient. Like something that knew I was listening. Then one night, I didn't answer. The whisper came again, louder. Owen! Silence. Then, a slow knock. 3 taps. The camera outside my bedroom showed an empty hallway, but the microphone picked up footsteps, walking toward my door, then stopping right outside. I stayed frozen. I don't remember deciding to stay still. My body simply refused to move, every muscle locked, listening to the space under the door, waiting for a shadow to cross the light. None ever did, until sunrise. The next morning I reviewed the footage frame by frame. Nothing for hours, just the empty hallway, the same dull light, the same silence. Then, on the final frame before daylight, a pale hand appeared from the inside of my bedroom door. Not the hallway, inside, as if someone had been standing behind me the whole night, close enough to touch. I checked the timestamp twice. It matched the exact second the knock had come. I haven't slept in that room since, but some nights, in the new one, I still hear it, softer now, further away, like it's learning the sound of a different door. Tonight, if someone whispers your name, don't answer. The smiling passenger. The last passenger never blinked. I drove the night shift. The roads were empty, the kind of empty that makes the streetlights feel like they're watching instead of lighting the way. At 2:41 a.m., a woman flagged down my taxi. She climbed into the back seat, didn't say a word, only smiled. I asked where she was going. No answer. Just smiling. I checked the mirror. She hadn't blinked once. I told myself she was tired, maybe drunk, maybe just strange. 20 minutes passed. Still smiling. Still staring. The temperature in the car began to drop, slow enough that I blamed the air conditioning before I remembered I hadn't touched it. I finally pulled over, turned around. The back seat was empty, but the seatbelt was still buckled and warm. My hands wouldn't stop shaking as I reached back to touch it, warm, like someone had just been sitting there, like someone still was. My phone buzzed, a notification from the dash cam. It detected a face. I opened the recording, telling myself it would explain everything. It didn't. The woman had never been in the back seat. She'd been sitting beside me, the whole drive, smiling at the side of my face while I watched the road. I deleted the footage. I still drive that same route some nights. I still check the back seat before I check the mirror, just in case she flags me down again. The doll that moved. Every morning, the doll faced a different direction. My grandmother told me never to touch it. She kept the porcelain doll locked inside a glass cabinet, its painted eyes always a shade too glassy, too aware. One morning, its head faced the window, the next, the fireplace. Then, my bedroom. I blamed old hinges. I blamed the house shifting, the floor settling, anything that wasn't the doll itself. Until I set up a camera. I told myself I'd catch a draft, a vibration, something ordinary. At exactly 3:02 a.m., the doll's eyes opened. Its porcelain fingers twitched. It slowly turned, joint by joint, like it hadn't moved in 100 years and was relearning how. Looking directly into the camera, then smiled. The footage suddenly cut to black. When I replayed it, the timestamp had changed. Instead of recording the doll, the camera showed me sleeping, with the doll standing beside my bed, watching. I called my grandmother the next day. She only asked one question. "Did it smile at you or at the camera?" I never answered her. I don't think I want to know why it mattered. The cabinet is empty now, but some mornings I still find it facing my door. The elevator to floor 13. The building only had 12 floors. I worked late every Friday, alone except for the hum of the fluorescent lights and the elevator that groaned like it resented every trip. One night, the elevator displayed a button I'd never seen before. Curious. I pressed it. The elevator descended, not up. The lights flickered, once, twice, then steadied into a dim amber glow that didn't belong to any floor I recognized. The doors opened. A hospital hallway, abandoned, covered in dust thick enough to hold footprints that weren't mine. Every room was empty, except one. Room 1313. Inside sat an old man, waiting, hands folded, like he'd been sitting there for years and had all the patience in the world. He looked at me and smiled. "I've been waiting for you." The lights went out. When they came back, I was back in the elevator. The button for floor 13 had disappeared. The next day, I asked the building manager. He turned pale. This building has never had an elevator. I still take the stairs now, but every Friday right around the same hour, I swear I can hear it. A soft mechanical hum, somewhere below the building that was never supposed to have a basement at all. The voice in the baby monitor. My baby was asleep, but someone was singing to him. It started just after midnight. The nursery was silent, the kind of silent that makes you strain to hear something, anything, just to be sure the silence is real. Then the baby monitor crackled. A woman softly sang a lullaby. I didn't recognize the tune. My son had never heard it before either. I rushed upstairs. My son was asleep, alone. The singing stopped the second I opened the door. I told myself it was a neighbor's radio, a baby monitor picking up a stray signal. The next night, it happened again. This time, a whisper followed. He's beautiful. I searched every room. Nothing. I checked the monitor's recording, my hands cold on the screen. A shadow stood over the crib, gently rocking it. When I looked into the nursery, the crib was moving on its own. The lullaby started again. But this time, it was coming from behind me, close, right at my shoulder. I didn't turn around. I picked up my son and didn't put the monitor back for 3 days. When I finally did, the first thing it played wasn't static. It was my own voice, singing the same lullaby back to me. The face in the mirror. My reflection smiled. 3 seconds before I did, I was brushing my teeth when it happened. The bathroom was silent, save for the hum of the light above the sink, steady and ordinary, the kind of sound you stop noticing until it stops. I looked into the mirror. My reflection looked back. Then, it smiled. I hadn't. I froze, toothbrush still in my hand, watching a version of my own face do something I hadn't asked it to do. 3 seconds later, my own face smiled, without me moving a muscle, like my body was simply following instructions from somewhere else. I stumbled backward. The reflection stayed perfectly still, watching me. Then it slowly raised one hand, waving. I wasn't moving anymore. The bathroom light flickered for 1 second. The mirror was empty. Then my reflection returned. Except it wasn't wearing my clothes. It was standing in my bedroom, looking into another mirror, watching me from a room I hadn't walked into yet. The next morning, every mirror in my house showed the same thing. Someone else, pretending to be me. I've covered them all now, but I still catch myself checking just for a second to see which one of us moves first. The last voicemail. I got a voicemail from my grandmother 6 months after her funeral. My phone buzzed at 2:17 a.m. Unknown number. One new voicemail. I almost deleted it without listening, the way you do with numbers you don't recognize at that hour. Then I heard her voice. Soft, calm, exactly how I remembered it, down to the small pause she always took before saying something important. Sweetheart, don't go to work tomorrow. My grandmother had been dead for months. I checked the voicemail details, telling myself it had to be some clerical error, some recycled number. It had been recorded. Tomorrow. I stared at that timestamp for a long time. I stayed home. Around noon. Breaking news interrupted every channel. A transport truck crashed through the entrance of my office, the exact place I would have been standing, at the exact hour I always arrived. That night, another voicemail arrived. Heavy breathing. Then one sentence. I can't protect you forever. I haven't deleted either message. Some nights I replay them just to hear her voice again. I try not to notice that the second one sounds a little less like her each time. The empty playground. The swings were moving, but there wasn't any wind. Every night on my walk home, I passed the same playground. Always empty, always quiet enough that my own footsteps sounded too loud. One evening, the swings started moving. Slowly, back and forth. The trees were perfectly still. Not a single leaf moved. I stopped walking, just to be sure my eyes weren't tricking me in the dark. Then I heard laughter. Children. Dozens of them, but the playground was empty. My phone rang, no caller ID. When I answered, a little girl whispered, "Come play with us." The call ended before I could respond. I looked back. Every swing had stopped, except one. Someone invisible was still sitting in it, rocking gently, waiting, the way you wait for someone to notice you've been there the whole time. I don't walk that route anymore, but I still hear children laughing sometimes, faint, a few streets over, on nights when there shouldn't be anyone outside at all. The hotel room that didn't exist. My hotel room disappeared. The next morning, I checked into room 428. The receptionist smiled. "Enjoy your stay." The room was beautiful, quiet, almost too quiet, the kind of quiet that makes you turn the TV on just to hear another voice. At exactly 3 a.m, someone knocked. 3 slow knocks. I opened the door. No one. Just an old brass key lying on the carpet. It was labelled Room 429. I picked it up without thinking, curiosity outweighing whatever instinct told me to leave it there. The next morning, I asked the receptionist where it was. She frowned. "We don't have a room 429. I laughed, then asked for my room key, expecting her to laugh along with me. She looked confused. "You stayed in room 327. I showed her my key. Her face turned white. "There hasn't been a room 428 since the fire. I checked out that morning. I still have the brass key. Some nights, when it's quiet enough, I swear I can hear 3 slow knocks coming from wherever I've left it in the house." The thing under the bed. Every night, my daughter said someone slept under her bed. I told her it was just a nightmare. Until one evening, she refused to enter her room. "He comes out when you're asleep." I smiled, trying not to scare her, even as something cold settled in my chest. That night, I hid inside the closet, waiting. Hours passed. Nothing. I almost convinced myself to go to bed, to laugh this off in the morning. Then, a slow scraping sound under the bed. I looked down. Nothing. Then, a hand reached out, not from under the bed, from beneath the floorboards. The wood slowly separated, splintering without a sound, like it had done this before. A pale face stared up at me, smiling. It whispered, "She's not talking about me." Behind me, something exhaled, inside the closet. I didn't turn around. I picked up my daughter that same night, and we haven't slept in that house since. But she still asks some nights if the tall one found us again. I never know how to answer her. The call from my own number. My phone started ringing. The caller ID was my own number. Curious. I answered, telling myself it had to be some kind of spoofing scam. No one spoke. Only heavy breathing. Then, a voice whispered, "Don't go downstairs." I laughed, though it came out thinner than I meant it to. "Who's this?" The voice answered, "It's you." The line went silent. A loud crash echoed from downstairs. I grabbed a flashlight, my hands not quite steady. Every window was locked, every door was shut. But the back door was wide open. Fresh, muddy footprints led into the house. They stopped outside my bedroom. I looked up. Someone was standing in the hallway, holding my phone. I don't remember what happened in the seconds after that. Only that when the police arrived, my phone was back on the nightstand, screen still lit, showing one missed call from my own number. The midnight train. The train arrived. Even though the station had been closed for years, I was driving home late when I saw it. Lights glowing through the fog, warm and inviting in a way that should have made me suspicious instead of curious. An old passenger train, waiting. The doors slid open. No one got off. No one got on. A conductor stood beside the entrance. He smiled. "Last ride." Against my better judgment, I stepped inside. The train began moving. Outside, the city disappeared. Only darkness remained, pressing against the windows like it wanted in. Every passenger stared straight ahead. None of them blinked. The conductor handed me a ticket. On the back was today's date. Underneath it, my time of death. I read it twice, certain I'd misunderstood. The train slowed. The conductor smiled again. "This is your stop." I don't remember stepping off. I only remember waking up on the platform of that same abandoned station, hours later, with no memory of the walk home. The ticket was still in my pocket. The date had changed. The camera that saw tomorrow. I bought an old camera at a garage sale. The owner only said one thing: "Don't take pictures of people." Of course. I ignored him, the way you ignore any warning that sounds more like superstition than fact. I took a picture of my friend. The photo developed instantly, but something was wrong. He was lying on the ground, covered in blood. I laughed. It had to be fake. Some trick of the old film. Some prank left behind by the seller. The next afternoon, a truck ran a red light, exactly as the photo showed. Same street, same angle, same everything. After that, I stopped taking pictures. For weeks, the camera sat in a drawer, and I told myself I'd never touch it again. Until one morning, I accidentally pointed the camera at myself. The photo slowly appeared. I wasn't alone. Someone was standing behind me, smiling. I turned around. The room was empty. Then the camera clicked by itself. I haven't looked at that second photo yet. It's still developing, face down in the same drawer. I keep telling myself I will, eventually. The shadow that followed me home. It wasn't my shadow. I noticed it while walking home. Street light after street light. My shadow stayed behind me, exactly where it should be. But another one walked beside me. Whenever I stopped, it took one more step. Whenever I turned, it froze, like it knew the rules of a game I hadn't agreed to play. I ran. It kept walking, slowly, patiently, like running was pointless, like it already knew where this ended. I reached my front door, locked it, closed every curtain, hands trembling on the fabric. I looked outside. Nothing. Relieved. I turned toward the hallway. The second shadow was already inside, standing at the end of the hall, waiting for the lights to go out. I didn't turn off a single light that night. I haven't since. But some mornings I find one lamp already switched off before I wake up, like something got tired of waiting for the dark. The closet that knocked every night. Something knocked from inside my closet. 3 knocks, always at 3 o'clock a.m. I blamed the old house, the pipes, the wood, anything that let me fall back asleep without thinking too hard about it. Until one night, I decided to open it. The closet was empty. No shelves, no boxes. Just darkness, deeper than a closet that size should hold. Then, 3 knocks. This time, from behind me. I spun around. Nothing. I looked back at the closet. The door was closed again, though I hadn't touched it. Slowly, it began opening by itself. Inside, someone who looked exactly like me was knocking, trying to get out. Our eyes met for only a second, long enough for me to see the panic on his face. Panic that matched mine exactly. I shut the door and haven't opened it since. Some nights the knocking is softer, like whoever's in there is finally giving up. Other nights it's louder, like they're getting closer to figuring out the latch. If you're enjoying these stories, take a second before you drift off to hit subscribe. It helps this channel keep making more of these for you to fall asleep to. The neighbor who never left. My neighbor died 3 years ago, but every night, his porch light still turns on. Everyone on the street knows the house is empty. No one has lived there since the funeral, not since the family cleared it out and put up the sign no one ever came to take down. One night, the light stayed on longer than usual. Then the front door opened. A man stepped outside. He looked exactly like my neighbor. Same coat, same hat, same slow walk, the one that used to mean he was heading out to get his mail. He turned toward my house and waved. I didn't wave back. The next morning, I asked the police to check. They found the house locked from the inside, covered in dust, no footprints, no sign anyone had been there in years. That night, my porch light turned on by itself. Someone waved back from inside my living room. I moved the very next week. But sometimes, driving past my old street, I still see that porch light glowing, right on schedule, right on time. The babysitter's last text. I was babysitting my little cousin. His parents wouldn't be home until midnight. Around 10:30. He pointed toward the hallway. "The tall lady is back," I laughed. "What tall lady?" "The one who watches you when you sleep." I told myself kids say things like that. It didn't mean anything. A few minutes later, my phone buzzed. A text from his mum. "Don't go upstairs," I replied. "Why?" No answer. Then another message arrived. "I'm still at work." I froze. She was texting from the room above me. I could hear it now. Footsteps echoing across the ceiling, slow, heavy. Then something started walking down the stairs. I grabbed my cousin, and we didn't look back until we were outside on the porch in the cold, waiting for headlights. When his mum finally arrived, she swore she'd been at work the whole time. Her phone had no record of either message. Mine still does. The window that shouldn't exist. I woke up in the middle of the night. There was a window on my bedroom wall. The problem? My bedroom never had a window. Moonlight poured through it, cold and pale, painting a rectangle of light across the floor that hadn't been there when I fell asleep. Outside, a family stood perfectly still, staring inside. None of them blinked. The little girl smiled, then tapped on the glass 3 times. I pulled the curtain shut. My hands were shaking, gripping the fabric like it could actually stop whatever was on the other side. When I opened it again, the family was gone. Instead, I saw my own bedroom from outside, and someone was standing where I had been moments before, watching me. I let the curtain fall and didn't open it again. By morning, the window was gone, just bare wall like it had always been. But some nights I still feel moonlight on my face, from a window that isn't there. The door at the end of the hall. Every apartment has emergency exits. Mine had one extra door. At the very end of the hallway. No number, no handle, just an old wooden door that didn't match any of the others. I asked the landlord about it. He looked confused. There isn't a door down there. I let it go for a while. Told myself I'd misremembered the layout. That night, I walked to the end of the hall. It was still there. This time, it was slightly open. A warm light spilled through the crack, gold and flickering, like candlelight from somewhere that shouldn't have any candles at all. Someone whispered, "You're late." I stepped closer. The door slammed shut. The next morning, the hallway ended 6 feet earlier. There had never been room for a door. I measured it myself, twice, just to be sure. The math never worked either time. Some nights, walking to my apartment, I swear the hallway feels a little longer than it should. The voice beneath the ice. The lake had been frozen for weeks. Everyone said it was safe. Halfway across, I heard someone knocking from underneath. 3 slow knocks. Then a voice. Soft. Calm. "Help me." I looked down. A face stared back through the ice. Its lips weren't moving, but I could still hear it, clear as if it were standing right beside me. I've been waiting. Cracks spread beneath my feet, spider webbing out faster than I could track. I started running. The knocking followed me, getting louder, faster, matching my footsteps like it was keeping pace with me on purpose. Just before I reached shore, the ice shattered behind me. I turned around. There was no hole, no water, only hundreds of handprints, pressed against the underside of the ice, reaching up, toward wherever I'd been standing a moment before. I haven't walked on ice since. But every winter, when the lake freezes over again, I still think about how patient that voice sounded, like it already knew I'd come back one day. The town nobody visits. The road signs literally point people away from this town. A small town sits in the middle of nowhere. But something strange happens before you arrive. Every road sign leading there is turned around, missing, or points in the opposite direction. Locals refuse to talk about it. Travelers who stop for gas nearby are told one thing: keep driving. Nobody ever explains why. They just repeat it, like the words themselves are a kind of warning. One explorer ignored the warnings. He entered the town at sunset, telling himself the signs were just old, neglected, nothing more than small-town disrepair. The streets were empty, no cars, no people, no sounds. Yet every house looked lived in. Lights glowed behind curtains. Dinner sat on tables, steam still rising off the plates. Then he noticed something terrifying. Every clock in town showed the exact same time. 11:47 p.m., even though it was only 7 o'clock. He checked his watch twice, certain he was misreading it. He wasn't. He took one photo and left immediately, not waiting to see if anything moved behind those glowing curtains. When he checked the picture later, the town wasn't in it. Only darkness. No buildings, no streets. Nothing. He's never gone back. But he still keeps that photo, half hoping that one day, developing it again, the town will finally appear. So what was really there? Would you enter this town? The elevator incident. The security cameras stopped recording for exactly 13 minutes. A luxury apartment building had cameras on every floor. Every movement was recorded. Until one night, a man stepped into the elevator. He pressed floor 12. The doors closed. Then every camera feed went black all at once, like the entire building had blinked. Exactly 13 minutes later, the system came back online. The elevator doors opened, but the man was gone. Management checked everything. No emergency exits, no hidden passages, no sign of him anywhere, not so much as a dropped set of keys. Then they watched the footage frame by frame, the seconds right before the blackout. Just before the cameras failed, the elevator stopped. Not on floor 12, but on a floor that didn't exist. Floor 13. The building only had 12 floors. Nobody could explain how the elevator reached it, or who was waiting there. The elevator was inspected, recalibrated, even replaced. But maintenance workers swear that some nights, late enough, it still stops on its own, for exactly 13 minutes. To this day, those 13 minutes remain a mystery. Where do you think the elevator went? The hidden basement. The blueprint never mentioned the basement. Workers were renovating an old house. Everything looked normal, until someone knocked on a wall. It sounded hollow. They broke through the bricks, dust falling in sheets, and found a staircase. A staircase leading underground. The problem: the home's original blueprints showed nothing there. No basement, no hidden room, no tunnel, nothing. The workers followed the stairs down anyway, flashlights cutting thin beams through decades of undisturbed dark. At the bottom was a forgotten chamber covered in dust. Inside were old furniture, books and photographs. But every photograph showed the same family, standing in front of the house. The strange part, the pictures were dated decades before the house was even built. Nobody could explain how a family could be photographed in front of a house that didn't exist yet. Then they found a locked wooden door. Scratched into the surface were 3 words: "Don't open this." The workers never opened it. The door remains sealed, boarded over now, buried behind a wall that was never supposed to exist in the first place. But the question remains, what was someone trying to hide? The Whispering Woods. Visitors hear voices when they're completely alone. Deep in a forest sits a trail locals avoid, not because of wild animals, not because people get lost, because of the whispers. Hikers report hearing someone call their name, softly, from somewhere between the trees. The strange part? The voice always sounds familiar. A friend, a sibling, a parent. Some even hear relatives who passed away years ago, calling in a tone so tender it stops people mid-step. One camper decided to follow the voice. He walked deeper into the forest, further than any of the marked trails allowed. His footprints were later discovered. They suddenly stopped, right in the middle of the trail, as if he disappeared while walking, mid-stride, without so much as a stumble. No body, no clues, no explanation. Search parties combed the woods for weeks. They found nothing but his footprints and the silence that followed them. Today, visitors still report hearing whispers after sunset, calling them, waiting for them. If you heard someone you loved calling your name from the darkness, would you answer? The disappearing boat. An entire crew vanished without leaving a single clue. A fishing boat left port on a calm morning. The weather was perfect. The crew radioed in normally. Everything seemed fine. Until silence. Hours later, another ship discovered the boat drifting alone. The engine was still running. The cargo was untouched. Food sat on the table. Coffee was still warm. But every crew member had disappeared. No lifeboats were missing. No signs of a struggle. No distress call. Nothing. Investigators searched for months, combing every mile of ocean the boat could have drifted. The ocean gave no answers. Then they discovered one final detail. The captain's log. The last entry contained only one sentence. Something is following us. Following them from where? Was it something in the water, something on the ship, or something they brought with them? The boat was never explained, and the crew was never found. The boat itself was eventually sold, repainted, renamed, But sailors say the new owners still won't sail it at night. What do you think happened? The haunted doll title. The doll moved every night, until they checked the camera. Every night, the doll moved by itself. A family bought an old doll from a garage sale. At first, nothing seemed strange, but every morning, the doll was in a different spot. One night, they placed it on a shelf. The next morning, it was sitting at the kitchen table, hands folded neatly in its lap. Nobody admitted moving it. So they set up a camera. The footage showed the doll sitting perfectly still, hour after hour of nothing. Then the camera suddenly glitched for exactly 17 seconds. When the video returned, the doll was facing the camera, and it hadn't been before. The family stared at that frame for a long time before anyone spoke. The family threw it away. 3 days later, it was back on their porch, sitting upright, facing the front door. Nobody in the house had brought it back. Do you think someone was playing a prank? Or was something else happening? The secret tunnel title. Workers accidentally found a hidden tunnel underground. Workers broke through a wall and found a hidden tunnel. Construction workers were renovating an old building. Everything seemed normal, until one hammer strike sounded hollow. Behind the wall was a narrow passageway. Nobody knew it existed. The tunnel stretched deep underground, further than their flashlights could reach. Old lanterns lined the walls. Dust covered everything, undisturbed for what looked like decades. Then workers found footprints, fresh footprints. Someone had been there recently. The tunnel ended at a locked metal door. When they finally opened it, the room inside was completely empty, except for a single chair. Facing the entrance, as if placed there for someone expected to arrive. Nobody has explained the footprints, or the chair, or why it faced the only way in. Who was using the tunnel, and where did they go? The missing flight title. The plane vanished in seconds. Then a strange radio call happened. A plane vanished from radar in seconds. The flight took off on a normal day. Weather conditions were perfect. Everything seemed routine. Then air traffic controllers lost contact. Radar signals disappeared. No distress call, no warning, nothing. Search teams looked for weeks, combing thousands of miles of ocean and coastline, but they found almost no trace. Then, years later, a fisherman claimed he heard radio chatter on an old frequency, one that hadn't been used in decades. The voice sounded confused. The pilot reportedly asked, "What year is it?" The transmission ended immediately, and it was never heard again. The fisherman reported it. Investigators dismissed it as interference, but he still keeps the recording just in case someone finally asks to hear it. What do you think happened to the missing flight? The strange neighbor title. Nobody knew their neighbor's real name. Nobody knew their neighbor's real name. A quiet neighborhood had one mysterious resident. They never spoke to anyone. No visitors, no deliveries. No one even knew their first name. Every night at exactly 2:13 a.m., a light appeared in the attic window, then disappeared. One curious neighbor decided to investigate. They watched from across the street, coffee going cold in their hands. The light came on. A shadow crossed the window, then another, then a third. But only one person lived there. The next morning, the house was empty. Furniture gone, no records, no forwarding address. Almost as if nobody had ever lived there at all. The neighbor who'd been watching says the attic light still comes on some nights, in a house that's supposed to be empty. Who do you think the mysterious neighbor really was? The cemetery visitor title. Security cameras caught someone visiting this grave. Security cameras caught something chilling in a cemetery. A cemetery installed cameras after reports of strange activity. For weeks, nothing happened. Then one night, a figure appeared between the graves. The person walked slowly through the cemetery, stopping at the same grave every time. Security reviewed the footage, but something was wrong. The visitor never entered through any gate and never left. The figure simply appeared and later disappeared, as if fading into darkness, one frame at a time. When workers checked the grave, they found fresh flowers. Nobody knew who left them. The name on the headstone had worn away decades ago, and the cameras never captured the visitor again. Who do you think was visiting that grave? No need to move, no need to open your eyes. Just know that if you'd like more nights like this one, subscribing helps more than you'd think. The Haunted Lighthouse. Title: The Abandoned Lighthouse. Turned on by itself. The lighthouse had been abandoned for years. So who turned the light on? A fishing town on the coast had a lighthouse that hadn't worked in over 20 years. The power was disconnected. The doors were chained shut. And nobody had entered since the last lighthouse keeper disappeared. But one stormy night, people looked toward the ocean and froze. The lighthouse beam was spinning, again and again, sweeping the water like it had never stopped. The Coast Guard investigated the next morning. The chains were still locked, The dust inside was untouched. No footprints, no signs anyone had been there. Then they checked an old logbook. The final entry was written the night the keeper vanished. It said, "If the light turns on again, don't follow it." A week later, another boat disappeared near the lighthouse. The beam still comes on some stormy nights in a building nobody has powered in 20 years. What do you think was really guiding ships that night? The midnight knock title. Someone knocked every night at 3:03 a.m. At exactly 3:03 a.m., someone knocked on the door. A woman living alone started hearing 3 knocks every night, always at 3:03 a.m., never earlier, never later. The first night, she ignored it. The second night, she checked the window. Nobody was there. The third night, she opened the door. Nothing. Just an empty porch, cold air rushing in around her bare feet. Then she noticed muddy footprints leading away from the house. The footprints ended in the middle of the road, as if whoever made them simply vanished mid-step. She installed a security camera. The next morning, she watched the footage. At 3:03 a.m., the knocking sound happened, but nobody was standing at the door. Then she heard something else, a whisper behind the camera. It said, "Don't answer next time." She hasn't opened the door since 3 a.m., not once. Who do you think was knocking? The Hidden Diary. Title: The last page was missing. For a terrifying reason. The final page had been ripped out, and nobody knows why. While renovating an old house, workers found a diary hidden inside a wall. The entries belonged to a young woman who lived there nearly a century ago. At first, the pages were normal. Daily life. Family stories, simple memories. But then the writing changed. She began describing strange noises inside the house, footsteps in empty rooms, voices calling her name. Every entry became more frightened, the handwriting growing smaller, more hurried. Then came the final page, or what was left of it. Someone had ripped most of it away. Only one sentence remained. "I finally discovered who is living in the attic." And that was it. No name, no explanation, nothing. The attic was searched years later, and investigators found something hidden behind a beam. They've never released what it was, only that the diary was donated to a local archive, sealed and never displayed. What do you think they found? The desert mystery title, The Footprints just stopped. The footprints crossed the sand, then suddenly disappeared. A group of hikers exploring a remote desert found a single trail of footprints. There was only one set. Nobody knew where they started. Curious, they followed them. For miles, the prints moved across empty sand dunes. No signs of a vehicle. No camp, no other tracks. Then the hikers reached a flat stretch of desert, and the footprints stopped completely. Not faded, not covered. Stopped mid-stride as cleanly as if the sand itself had swallowed the last step whole. Researchers later examined the site. They couldn't explain it. No windstorm, no animal tracks, no evidence at all. Just one trail ending in nothing. The hikers still talk about how normal the last footprint looked, like whoever made it had simply taken one more step into somewhere else. So where did the person go? What would explain footprints that simply disappear? The Silent Room. Title: Nobody lasted more than 5 minutes in this room. Nobody could stay in this room for more than 5 minutes. An old hotel had a room nobody wanted. Guests checked out early. Employees refused to enter alone. The strange part? Nothing ever happened. At least, not visibly. People simply felt uncomfortable. The longer they stayed, the worse it became. Some heard ringing in their ears. Others felt like someone was standing directly behind them, close enough to feel breath on their neck. One investigator decided to spend the night. He set up cameras and recording equipment. For the first 4 minutes, everything was normal. Then, he suddenly stood up, grabbed his things, and ran. Later, he reviewed the footage. At exactly 4 minutes and 57 seconds, he froze, staring into an empty corner. The camera recorded him whispering, "Did you hear that?" But the microphone captured nothing. He never went back, and the hotel eventually closed that room off entirely. What do you think he heard in the silent room? The Lost Gold Train. Title: A train full of gold vanished. Then it was never seen again. A train full of gold vanished without a trace. In the final days of a major war, a heavily guarded train loaded with tons of gold left its station. Its destination was secret. Its route was hidden. But it never arrived. Witnesses claimed they saw the train enter a mountain tunnel late at night. Minutes later, it was gone. Search teams spent years exploring caves, forests, and abandoned rail lines. Nothing. No wreckage, no gold, no train. Then, decades later, treasure hunters claimed they discovered hidden maps pointing to a sealed underground tunnel. Authorities investigated, but what they found has never been fully revealed. Every so often, a new expedition sets out to find it. None have come back with an answer. Did the gold train really disappear? Or is it still waiting somewhere underground? What do you think happened to the lost gold train? The Crying Statue. Title: This statue cries real tears at night. Nobody knows why. Visitors claim this statue cries real tears after midnight. In a quiet town, an old stone statue has become the center of a chilling mystery. During the day, it looks completely normal. But at night, people say drops of water appear beneath its eyes. Some witnesses swear they've seen tears running down its face, slow and steady, like real grief. Others claim they heard whispers nearby. Scientists inspected the statue. They suggested moisture and temperature changes could explain the phenomenon. But locals aren't convinced, because the tears don't appear every night, only on certain dates. Dates connected to tragic events from the town's past. Even stranger, security cameras have reportedly captured the tears forming when nobody was around. People still leave flowers at its base on those same dates every year. Is it science or something far stranger? What do you think? The Unowned House. Title: Nobody owned this house, but someone was living there. The house was fully furnished, but nobody owned it. Deep in the countryside stood a perfectly maintained house. The lawn was trimmed, the furniture was spotless, food sat on the kitchen table. It looked like someone had just stepped out. But when authorities checked the records, there was no owner, no deed, no history, nothing. Neighbours couldn't agree on when the house appeared. Some said it had always been there. Others claimed it showed up overnight. Investigators searched every room. Inside, they found family photos. The strange part, nobody in the photos could be identified. Years later, the mystery remains unsolved, and every now and then, people claim they see lights glowing inside after dark. The lawn is still trimmed, some say, even now, even with no one to trim it. Would you enter the house or leave it alone? The hidden chamber title: Workers broke through a wall, then found the impossible. Workers broke through a wall and found something impossible. An abandoned mine sat untouched for decades. Then a restoration crew was sent inside. While clearing debris, workers noticed a strange wall deep underground. It wasn't marked on any map. Curious, they broke through. Behind it was a hidden chamber. The room appeared untouched for generations. Ancient tools covered the floor. But that's not what shocked them. In the center stood a wooden table, perfectly preserved, as if someone had used it yesterday. Even stranger, the air inside felt unusually warm despite being deep underground. Some workers refused to go back. Others claimed they heard footsteps beyond the chamber, yet no additional tunnels were ever found. The chamber was sealed again, this time on record, marked on every map that missed it the first time. What do you think was hidden behind that wall? The Midnight Bridge. Title: Nobody crosses this bridge after midnight. Here's why locals refuse to cross this bridge after midnight. There's an old bridge that most people avoid after dark, especially after midnight. According to local legends, strange things happen there. Drivers report seeing a figure standing in the middle of the bridge. When they stop, the figure disappears. Others hear footsteps behind them while walking alone, but nobody is there. One night, a group of friends decided to test the legend. They crossed the bridge together. Nothing happened, until they checked their photos later. In one picture, a shadowy figure appeared behind them, standing exactly where none of them remembered anyone standing. No one could explain it. Since then, stories about the bridge have only grown, and many locals still take the long way home, even if it adds 20 minutes to the drive. Would you cross that bridge at midnight? The Frozen Clocks. Title: Every clock stopped at 2:17 p.m. Nobody knows why. A historic office building sat empty for years, but when workers entered to renovate it, they discovered something impossible. Every single clock in the building had stopped. Wall clocks, wristwatches left behind, even a giant grandfather clock in the lobby, all frozen at exactly 2:17 p.m. At first, they thought it was a power failure, but some of the clocks didn't even need electricity. Then they found an old newspaper hidden inside a desk. The date matched the exact day the clocks stopped. According to reports, something strange happened inside the building that afternoon. Employees heard a loud metallic sound echo through every floor. Minutes later, everyone was evacuated. Nobody ever explained what happened. Years later, visitors still claim their watches stop when they enter the building. Right at 2:17, every single time. What really happened at 2:17 p.m.? The key that fit. Nothing. Title: This key opened a door that didn't exist. A man bought an old key at a flea market for only $1. It looked normal, until he noticed a small note attached. It said, "The door is waiting." For months, he searched everywhere trying to find what the key opened. Nothing worked. Until one night, inside an abandoned hotel, he noticed something strange. A hallway wall sounded hollow. Behind old wallpaper was a hidden door. A door that wasn't on any building plans. The key fit perfectly. Inside was a tiny room covered in dust. No windows, no records, no explanation. But sitting on a table was another key, and beside it was a note. It said, "Find the next door." He still carries that second key. He hasn't found where it fits. Not yet. Where do you think the second key leads? The Vanished Village title. An entire village vanished overnight. Hundreds of people lived in this village one day. The next day, they were gone. No warning. No goodbye. Nothing. The strangest part? Everything was left behind. Dinner plates still sat on tables. Clothes were hanging outside. Tools were exactly where people had left them. It looked like everyone disappeared in the middle of normal life. Investigators searched for answers, but there were no signs of violence, no evidence of a disaster, no explanation. Years later, visitors reported seeing lights moving through the empty streets at night. Some claimed they heard voices coming from abandoned houses, but every time they looked, nobody was there. The village still stands untouched, exactly as it was left, waiting for people who never came back. So what happened to the people of this village? The Voices Underground title. They heard voices deep underground. A group of explorers entered a cave system hidden beneath a mountain. They expected darkness. They expected silence. But they heard something else. Voices. At first, they thought another team was nearby, but the voices were coming from deeper inside the cave. The explorers followed the sound. The farther they went, the louder the whispers became. Then, something terrifying happened. Some explorers claimed they heard their own names being called. The voices seemed to come from behind solid rock walls. But there was no entrance, no footprints, no signs anyone else had been there. When they listened to their recordings later, they heard strange sounds that nobody could explain. Even today, people still report hearing voices inside the cave, calling names that haven't been used to call anyone in years. Who, or what, is down there? The Black Door title. Nobody has ever opened the black door. The end of an old apartment hallway was a door nobody talked about. A completely black door. No apartment number, no mailbox, no records. It was like the door never existed. For years, residents avoided it. Maintenance workers claimed it wasn't on the original building plans. Then, one night, someone heard footsteps behind it. Another person saw light shining underneath the door. The building manager finally decided to investigate. They brought every key they had. None of them worked. The lock didn't match anything in the building. Then security footage revealed something impossible. At exactly 3:13 a.m., the black door slowly opened, but nobody entered. And nobody left. When staff checked moments later, the door was closed again. It's still there, still black, still locked to every key they own. What do you think is behind the black door? Getting sleepy already? Good. Before you go, if this channel has become part of your bedtime routine, consider subscribing so you never miss the next one. The security guard who entered, but never left. The cameras showed him enter the building, but he never came out. A security guard started his night shift like any other. At exactly 11:47 p.m., surveillance cameras recorded him walking through the front entrance of an office building. He checked in. He greeted co-workers. Everything seemed normal. But by morning, he was gone. Investigators reviewed hours of footage. They watched every camera angle, frame by frame, hoping to catch even a glimpse of him leaving. The strange part? Not a single camera showed him leaving. The exits were monitored. The stairwells were monitored. Even the parking garage was monitored. Yet after entering the building, he simply vanished. Police searched every floor, every room, and every hidden space. Nothing. His radio was found in a stairwell, still clipped to nothing, powered on. To this day, nobody can explain where he went. The building still runs the night shift, but nobody takes it alone anymore. So what do you think happened to the missing security guard? His final radio message still gives people chills. His final radio message still confuses investigators. A night watchman was patrolling a remote industrial site. The shift had been quiet. Then, just after 2 a.m., he radioed dispatch. His voice sounded nervous. He said he saw someone standing near an old storage building. Dispatch asked for details. There was a long silence. Longer than radio silence should ever last. Then he spoke again. "Wait, that's not a person." Those were some of the last words anyone heard. The radio suddenly filled with static. When workers arrived hours later, the watchman was gone. His flashlight was found on the ground, still switched on, beam pointed at the storage building. His radio was still transmitting, but there was no sign of him. Investigators replayed the recording for years. Nobody can agree on what he saw. Some say you can still hear something breathing under the static if you listen closely enough. What do you think made him say, "That's not a person"? Fishermen pulled this out of the river. Fishermen pulled something out of the water that shouldn't have been there. One quiet morning, fishermen were working along a remote river. Suddenly, their nets snagged on something heavy. At first, they thought it was debris, but when they pulled it closer, they were shocked. The object looked old, very old, covered in mud and river weeds, its shape only becoming clear once they'd scraped away years of sediment. Experts were called in. After careful examination, they discovered something strange. The item appeared to be from a place hundreds of miles away, and somehow it had ended up deep in the riverbed. No one knew how it got there. No records explained its journey. Some people think it was carried by nature. Others believe someone wanted it hidden. The fishermen who found it won't go back to that stretch of river. But one question remains. Who put it there in the first place? They found a hidden note. After 60 years, The note was hidden for decades before anyone noticed it. During renovations of an old house, workers found something unusual. A folded note hidden behind a wall. The paper was yellowed with age. Dust covered every corner. The message appeared to have been written decades earlier. No one knew who wrote it or why it was hidden. The note contained only a few sentences, but one line stood out. It seemed to describe an event that hadn't happened yet, an event the current owners recognized immediately. People were stunned. Was it a coincidence? A warning? Or something else entirely? Researchers searched for clues about the writer, but the mystery only grew deeper. The note is kept in a drawer now, folded exactly as it was found. Nobody wants to be the one who reads it again. If you found a secret note hidden in your house, would you open it? Everyone had the same nightmare. Everyone who entered the Red Room had the same nightmare. An old building contained a room unlike any other. Its walls were painted deep red. Visitors were allowed inside for only a few minutes. At first, nothing seemed unusual. But that night, strange reports began. One person described a terrifying dream. Then another. And another. The details were almost identical. The same hallway, the same shadow, the same locked door, always at the end of a corridor none of them recognized. Researchers tried to explain it. Some blamed suggestion. Others thought there was something unique about the room itself. No one could prove why the dreams were so similar. Eventually, access to the room was restricted, but stories still circulate today. Some say the dreams continue even now, for people who've never set foot inside. Would you spend 5 minutes alone inside the Red Room? The mountain signal title. The mountain has been sending this signal for years. A strange signal has been coming from this mountain for years, and nobody knows who sent it. Deep in a remote mountain range, radio operators began picking up a strange signal. It wasn't random noise. The same pattern repeated over and over, day and night, steady as a heartbeat. Scientists investigated the area, but found no radio station, no equipment, and no obvious source. The signal seemed to come directly from inside the mountain. Some believed it was a secret military experiment. Others thought it could be linked to an abandoned underground facility. But the strangest part? The signal suddenly changes every few months, as if someone or something is updating it. Researchers have logged every change for years, hoping the pattern will eventually explain itself. It hasn't yet. To this day, nobody has explained exactly where it comes from. So what do you think is hiding inside that mountain? The unsolved cabin fire title, The Cabin Burned Down. But the mystery survived. The cabin burned to ashes, but the mystery only got bigger. One cold winter night, a remote cabin suddenly caught fire. By the time firefighters arrived, almost everything was gone. Investigators searched through the ruins looking for clues. What they found made no sense. The fire appeared to have started in 3 separate rooms at the exact same time. There were no signs of forced entry, no electrical faults, no evidence of anyone being inside. Neighbors reported seeing a strange light near the cabin shortly before the fire, hovering, they said, just above the tree line. But nobody could identify what it was. Years later, the case remains unsolved. The cabin is gone, but the questions remain. The land was never rebuilt on. Locals say it's better left that way. What really started the fire? The Lost Journal title, the final journal entry, still gives people chills. The journal's final entry terrified everyone who read it. An explorer disappeared during an expedition deep in the wilderness. Months later, search teams found his journal. Page after page described his journey. Everything seemed normal at first. Then the entries became strange. He wrote about hearing footsteps outside his camp every night. He claimed someone was watching him from the trees. The final pages were rushed and difficult to read, the handwriting growing jagged, almost frantic. Then came the last entry. It simply said, "It's standing outside the tent." Nothing else. The explorer was never found. The journal is kept sealed now, in a case, in an archive most people don't know exists. So who or what was outside that tent? The tunnel collapse. Title: Rescuers found a hidden room nobody knew existed. Rescue crews expected survivors, but found something completely unexpected. A construction tunnel suddenly collapsed without warning. Emergency crews rushed underground to search for trapped workers. Hours later, they cleared enough rubble to enter a sealed chamber. But it wasn't part of the official tunnel plans. Inside were old tools, rusted equipment, and signs that people had worked there decades earlier. No records mentioned the hidden chamber. No maps showed it existed. Investigators tried to determine who built it. They never found a clear answer. Even stranger, some items appeared far older than the tunnel itself. Tools of a style nobody on the crew recognized. The collapse revealed a forgotten secret buried underground. The tunnel project was quietly shelved not long after. But who put it there in the first place? The Ghost Passenger title. The passenger vanished during the taxi ride. The passenger vanished before the taxi ride was over. Late one rainy night, a taxi driver picked up a lone passenger. The rider quietly gave an address and sat in the back seat. The drive was completely normal, or so it seemed. Halfway through the trip, the driver tried making conversation. No response. He glanced in the mirror. The passenger was staring out the window. Minutes later, he looked again. The seat was empty. The taxi had never stopped. The doors had never opened. Shaken, the driver continued to the address anyway, some instinct telling him to finish the ride. When he arrived, a resident answered the door. After hearing the story, they turned pale. The description matched a family member who had died years earlier. The driver still drives that route. He says the back seat feels colder now, some nights, for no reason at all. So what really happened in that taxi? The Midnight Passenger. The bus driver checked the cameras and the passenger wasn't there. Late one rainy night, a city bus was making its final route. At exactly 12:17 a.m., the driver stopped to pick up a lone passenger standing under a streetlight. The person boarded silently and sat in the very back row. Several passengers noticed them. Nothing seemed unusual, but when the bus reached the last stop, the mysterious passenger was gone. No one remembered seeing them leave. Confused, the driver reviewed the security footage. The bus doors opened. Passengers entered, but the figure in the back seat never appeared on camera. The seat looked completely empty. Yet witnesses swore someone had been sitting there. Even stranger, the stop where the passenger boarded had been removed years earlier. The streetlight itself decommissioned along with it. So who got on that bus at midnight? And why wasn't there any trace of them? The secret map. A hidden map led explorers to a place that shouldn't exist. In 2018, a group of explorers purchased an old wooden chest at an estate sale. Hidden inside was a hand-drawn map. The map showed a valley missing from every modern chart. Most people assumed it was fake, but the explorers decided to investigate. After days of searching through remote wilderness, they found a narrow passage between cliffs. Beyond it was something impossible, an entire valley. Ancient stone structures stood untouched. No roads, no records, no sign that anyone had ever documented the place. When they compared the location to satellite images, the valley appeared partially hidden, blurred in a way none of them could explain. Some experts called it a mapping error. Others weren't convinced. But the strangest part? The map showed one final location deeper inside the valley, a place the explorers never reached. They still have the map. They still talk about going back. What do you think was waiting there? The clock tower. The tower bell rang at midnight, even though the mechanism was broken. For years, the old clock tower stood silent above the town. A storm had damaged its machinery decades earlier. Experts confirmed it could no longer ring. Yet one winter night, residents were awakened by 12 loud bell chimes. Everyone heard them. Police received dozens of calls. The next morning, investigators entered the tower. The gears were frozen with rust. Several key parts were missing entirely. There was no possible way the bell could have worked. But that wasn't the only mystery. A maintenance worker found fresh footprints leading to the tower. The tracks stopped halfway up the staircase, as if someone had vanished into thin air, mid-climb. To this day, nobody knows what caused the midnight ringing. The tower is locked now, permanently, though some nights people swear they still hear it. So who, or what, rang the bell that night? The forgotten cemetery. Construction workers uncovered graves nobody knew existed. Workers were preparing the foundation for a new building. Then a machine struck something hard underground. At first, they thought it was rock, but when they dug deeper, they found a grave. Then another, and another. Soon, dozens of burial sites were uncovered. The strange part? No cemetery had ever been recorded there. Historians searched old maps and archives. Nothing. No church, no settlement, no mention of burials. Experts estimated the graves were more than a century old. Some markers had completely disappeared. Others had symbols nobody recognized, carved in a style no historian could place. The discovery raised more questions than answers. Construction was halted indefinitely. Who were these people? Why were they buried in secret? And what else might still be hidden beneath the ground? The missing artist. His final painting contained a disturbing clue. A talented artist suddenly disappeared without warning. No note, no witnesses, no sign of a struggle. Police searched everywhere, but found nothing. Weeks later, investigators examined the last painting left in his studio. At first, it looked ordinary, a quiet street at sunset. But one detective noticed something unusual. A tiny figure hidden in a second-story window. When the image was enlarged, details became clearer. The figure appeared frightened, almost as if they were signaling for help. Researchers compared the painting to real locations. A match was eventually found. But here's where the mystery deepened. The building in the painting had been abandoned for years, and when authorities searched it, they discovered something unexpected, something connected to the missing artist. The case was reopened, then quietly closed again without public explanation. But exactly what they found remains a mystery. What do you think was hidden inside that building? Just a gentle reminder while the rain keeps falling. Subscribing costs nothing. and helps this little channel keep the lights on for more stories like these. The mystery footprints. Footprints appeared overnight and ended in the middle of an empty field. One winter morning, a farmer noticed a strange trail of footprints crossing his property. The tracks were fresh. They came from the forest and stretched for nearly a mile. But something was wrong. No footprints led away. The trail simply stopped. Investigators searched the area. There were no vehicles nearby, no hidden paths, no signs of a struggle, just footprints. Standing alone in the middle of nowhere, the final print pressed just as deep as all the ones before it. Some people believe the person turned around. Others think something impossible happened that night. The farmer still checks that field every winter morning, half expecting the tracks to return. But one question remains. If someone walked into that field, where did they go? The deserted island. The island was supposed to be abandoned, but someone had been there recently. For decades, the small island sat empty. No residents, no visitors, no boats, nothing. Then, a team of investigators arrived to explore it. At first, everything looked normal. Abandoned buildings, overgrown paths, complete silence. But near the shoreline, they found something impossible. Fresh footprints. The tracks were only a few hours old. They searched the entire island. Nobody was there. No supplies, no shelter, no explanation. Yet someone had clearly walked across the island, in and out of buildings that hadn't been opened in decades. So who was there? And how did they leave without anyone seeing them? The strange broadcast. A radio station aired a message from someone who had been dead for years. Late one night, listeners heard a voice they recognized. It belonged to a man who had died 5 years earlier. At first, everyone thought it was an old recording. But then the message became strange. The voice mentioned events that happened after his death. Names, places, details nobody expected, details that hadn't even been public record yet. The radio station denied playing the message. Technicians searched everything. There was no recording, no file, no explanation. The broadcast lasted less than a minute. Then it disappeared forever. The station still gets calls about it years later from people who swear they heard it too. But if it wasn't a recording, who was speaking? The unidentified object. Something crashed into the field, but vanished before sunrise. Just after midnight, people heard a massive explosion. Windows shook, animals ran. Witnesses saw a bright object falling from the sky. Police arrived minutes later. In the middle of a field, they found a huge crater. The ground was burned. Trees were damaged. Everything suggested something had crashed there. But there was one problem. The object was gone. No pieces, no metal, no evidence. By sunrise, investigators had more questions than answers. Some said it was a meteor. Others weren't convinced. The crater is still there, fenced off now, grass refusing to grow back inside the burned ring, because if something crashed into that field, who took it away before morning? The last survivor. He was the only survivor, but his story raised more questions than answers. A remote expedition ended in disaster. Several people disappeared. Only one person returned. Rescuers found him alone and exhausted. When they questioned him, he told a terrifying story. He said strange lights appeared in the darkness. Then one by one the others vanished. Investigators searched the area, but they found no evidence to support his story. Then they discovered something strange. Some details he described matched discoveries made weeks later. Information he shouldn't have known. He's never changed his story, not once, not in all the years since. Was he telling the truth, or was he hiding what really happened? The hidden room workers knocked down a wall and found a secret room nobody knew existed. A family was renovating an old house when they discovered something strange. Behind a wall was a hidden room. The shocking part? The room wasn't listed on any blueprint, property record, or building plan. Inside, they found old furniture covered in dust, stacks of yellowed newspapers, and a locked wooden chest. No one in the family knew who built it. Neighbors claimed the house had changed owners many times over the years, and none of them ever mentioned a room like this. Then investigators opened the chest. Inside was a collection of photographs. Every photo showed the same room. But one photo looked different. Someone was standing in the corner, and nobody could identify who it was. The chest was resealed and the room documented, but the family says they still avoid that corner of the house. So who was watching from the hidden room? The unknown visitor. The camera showed someone entering the house, but they never came out. One night, a homeowner received a security alert. The footage showed a stranger walking up the driveway. The person opened the front door and entered the house, but something was wrong. Nobody was supposed to be home. Police reviewed every camera angle. The visitor was clearly seen entering. Hours passed. No one exited. Investigators searched the entire house, every room, every closet, every locked space. Nothing. The stranger had vanished, as completely as if the house had simply absorbed them. even more disturbing, the front door never opened again after they entered. Not once, not for anyone, until a locksmith finally forced it days later. To this day, nobody knows where the visitor went. So what do you think happened? The night shift employees heard footsteps every night, even though the building was empty. Workers on the night shift started noticing strange sounds. Footsteps, slow, heavy, always coming from the floor above. Security guards checked the area. Nobody was there. The sounds continued night after night, always around the same hour, like clockwork nobody had set. Eventually, management installed extra cameras. One evening, the footsteps began again. The cameras recorded something unusual. A door at the end of a hallway slowly opened by itself. No one appeared. No one touched it. But the footsteps kept moving closer, then suddenly stopped. The next morning, investigators found something strange. Fresh footprints covered in dust, leading to a wall, and ending there, mid-stride, as if the wall itself had simply been in the way, and nothing more. Where did they go? The silent phone. A phone rang every night at exactly 3:07 a.m. But nobody was calling. A family began hearing their old landline ring every night, always at 3:07 a.m. Always once. When they answered, there was only silence. At first they ignored it, but the calls never stopped. Phone technicians checked the line. No problems. The call logs showed nothing. According to the records, the calls didn't exist. Then, one night, someone stayed on the line, refusing to hang up first, waiting to see what would happen. For several seconds, there was silence. Then a faint voice whispered something. The recording was analyzed later. Experts couldn't agree on what it said, but everyone heard the same final word. Run. The phone was disconnected the next day. It rang once more anyway from an empty jack before they finally tore it from the wall. Who or what was calling? The old well people who went near the well after dark claimed they heard someone calling their name. For generations, locals avoided an old well on the edge of town. They had one rule: never go there after sunset. Most people laughed at the story, until strange reports started appearing. Visitors claimed they heard whispers coming from deep inside the well. Some said the voice sounded familiar, like a friend or a family member. One night, a group decided to investigate. They lowered a camera into the darkness, the rope creaking under its own slow descent. At first, Nothing appeared. Then the camera suddenly shook. The feed cut out. When they pulled it back up, there was something scratched into the side. 3 words. Don't look down. Nobody has lowered a camera into that well since. Would you have looked? The missing ring. The ring vanished for decades before turning up somewhere impossible. In 1952, a woman reported her wedding ring missing. She searched everywhere. The house, the yard, even the nearby river. But it was gone. Years passed, then decades. The mystery became a family story nobody could explain, until one morning, nearly 40 years later. A gardener pulled a freshly harvested carrot from the ground and wrapped tightly around the carrot's root was the missing ring. Nobody could explain how it got there. Had it been buried all those years, or had something moved it? The ring was confirmed to be the exact one lost decades earlier, engraving and all. But one question remained. How did it end up in the middle of a growing carrot? The garden is still there. The family still plants carrots in that same row, half hoping and half dreading what else might turn up. What do you think happened? The forest cabin. A cabin deep in the woods appeared on no maps. A group of hikers were exploring a remote forest, miles from the nearest road. That's when they found it. A wooden cabin, hidden between the trees. At first, they assumed it belonged to someone, but there was a problem. No trails led to it, no records mentioned it, and no maps showed it existed. Inside, everything looked abandoned. Dust covered the furniture, but a lantern sat on the table, still warm. The hikers reported the discovery. Investigators searched property records. Nothing. No owner, no history, no explanation. When officials returned weeks later, the cabin was gone. Not destroyed, not moved. Gone. As if it had never been there, the ground beneath it undisturbed, no foundation, no clearing, nothing. What would you do if you found it? The underground chamber. Archaeologists uncovered a sealed chamber hidden for centuries. During an excavation, archaeologists discovered something unusual. A stone doorway, buried beneath layers of earth. The entrance had been sealed for centuries. Nobody knew what was inside. Carefully, the team removed the barrier. As the opening widened, cold air rushed out, carrying a smell none of them could place. The chamber was untouched. No signs of intruders, no signs of damage. Inside were strange artifacts covered in dust. Objects nobody expected to find there. Experts began studying the discovery. But one item stood out. A symbol carved into the wall, a symbol that didn't match any known culture in the area. To this day, researchers still debate its meaning. The chamber has since been resealed, pending further study that hasn't come. Was it hiding a forgotten civilization, or something else entirely? The abandoned theatre. The stage lights turned on every night despite having no power. An old theatre sat abandoned for years. No electricity, no staff, no visitors. At least that's what everyone believed. Then nearby residents noticed something strange. Every night at exactly midnight, the stage lights turned on. The building had no active power connection. Electricians checked everything. Nothing worked. Yet the lights continued appearing. Witnesses even claimed they saw shadows moving across the stage. As if a performance was taking place one nobody living had been invited to. But when investigators entered the theatre, it was empty. No actors, no audience. Just silence. The lights eventually stopped, but nobody ever discovered what caused them. The seats are still arranged, some say, facing a stage that hasn't seen a real audience in decades. If you saw those lights turn on, would you go inside? The locked trunk. Nobody opened the trunk for 80 years, until now. An old trunk sat untouched in an attic. Locked, forgotten, for nearly 80 years. Nobody knew who it belonged to, or what was inside. When the lock was finally removed, everyone expected old clothes or family keepsakes. Instead, they found something far stranger. Stacks of letters, perfectly preserved, each one addressed to people who had lived in the town decades ago. But none had ever been delivered. As historians read through them, they uncovered secrets, family feuds, lost fortunes, hidden relationships, stories nobody knew existed. But one letter stood out. It was marked, "Do not open until the truth is known." The problem? Nobody knew what truth it was talking about. The letter still sits unopened in an archive box, waiting for someone to decide they finally do. What do you think was in that final letter? If you're still here, still listening, still drifting, thank you for staying. Hitting subscribe helps more of these reach more people who need a little help falling asleep too. The disappearing road title, The Road That Appeared Overnight. Drivers swear this road didn't exist yesterday. A truck driver was traveling through a remote forest when he noticed something strange. A brand new road appeared between the trees, fresh pavement, clear markings. A road that looked like it had just been built. But there was one problem. He had driven this exact route the day before, and the road was not there. Soon, other drivers reported seeing it too. They followed it for miles, but every journey ended the same way. The road suddenly stopped in the middle of nowhere, no buildings, No signs, no construction. When investigators returned later, something impossible happened. The road was gone. No pavement, no tire marks, nothing. Like it had never existed. The forest floor unbroken beneath where it had been. So where did this mysterious road come from? And where did it disappear to? The haunted painting title, The Painting That Watched Everyone. The eyes in this painting followed everyone who entered the room. People laughed when they first heard the story. A painting cannot move. A painting cannot watch you. Or can it? Visitors to an old mansion claimed the same thing. No matter where they stood, the eyes of the portrait seemed to follow them. Then strange things started happening. Workers heard footsteps near the painting after closing. Security cameras captured the room changing overnight. The painting looked different. Some small detail shifted each time nobody was watching. Experts blamed shadows and lighting, but everyone who saw it felt the same fear. Someone was watching. Years later, the painting was moved into storage, but the strange events continued. Behind the canvas, workers found a hidden message, a message that was never supposed to be discovered. The painting remains crated in the dark, exactly where they left it. What do you think it said? What do you... The Secret Staircase. Title: The Staircase Hidden Behind the Wall. Workers broke through a wall and found a staircase leading underground. During a renovation, workers discovered something impossible. Behind an old wall was a hidden staircase. There were no blueprints, no records, no explanation. The stairs went deep underground. Curious workers followed them with flashlights, the air becoming colder with every step, thick enough to fog their breath. At the bottom was a locked door covered in dust. Nobody knew how long it had been there. When they opened it, they found a forgotten room. Inside were old furniture, documents, and personal belongings. But one discovery shocked everyone: a photograph. The date on the back matched the year the building was created, but the picture showed something that should not have existed yet, something impossible. The photograph was sealed away with the rest of the room's contents. What was hidden in that photograph? The Vanishing Passenger title: The passenger who disappeared on the train. A train passenger disappeared between two stations without a trace. The train left normally. Passengers talked. People listened to music. Everything seemed ordinary. One man sat quietly in his seat. The conductor checked his ticket. Other passengers saw him clearly. But when the train reached the next station, he was gone. His bag was still there. His phone was still there. Even his jacket remained on the seat. Security cameras showed him entering the train, but there was no footage of him leaving. The train never stopped. The doors never opened. Nobody saw anything unusual. The man simply vanished during a 20-minute journey. His belongings were held for a year, then quietly catalogued and stored. Years later, the mystery remains unsolved. So, what really happened between those two stations? The hidden journal title, The Journal That Predicted the Future. The final entry predicted something that happened years later. A hidden journal was discovered inside an old attic. Most pages were normal, daily notes, simple memories. Nothing unusual until researchers reached the final page. The writer had described an event in shocking detail. The location, the people involved, even the exact date. But there was something impossible. The journal was written decades before the event happened. Experts tested everything. The ink, the paper, the handwriting. It was real. Years later, the prediction came true exactly as written. But at the bottom of the page was one final sentence. A warning. A warning nobody understood. Until now. The journal is kept under climate-controlled glass now. One page open, the same page, every day. What do you think the journal predicted next? The empty apartment title. The apartment nobody lived in for 30 years. Nobody had lived there for years, so why was everything untouched? Workers entered an old apartment building scheduled for demolition. One unit had been locked for decades. When they opened the door, they froze. The lights still worked. The furniture was spotless. Food sat neatly in the kitchen cabinets. Family photos covered the walls. It looked like someone had stepped out only minutes earlier, but records showed nobody had rented the apartment for over 30 years. Even stranger, every clock inside had stopped at exactly the same time. Then investigators noticed something disturbing. A fresh cup of coffee was sitting on the table. Still warm, one worker swore, though nobody else believed him. Who made it? And if nobody lived there, who was the apartment waiting for? The Lost Expedition. Title: The explorers vanished, but their camp was untouched. The explorers vanished, but everything they owned was left behind. A team of explorers entered a remote mountain range searching for a hidden valley. They checked in by radio every day. Then suddenly, silence. Rescue teams followed their route. After days of searching, they found the camp. The tents were standing, the food was untouched, their equipment was neatly arranged. Nothing appeared stolen or damaged, but the explorers were gone. No footprints, no signs of struggle. Then rescuers found a camera. Inside was one final photo. The image showed the team staring at something in the distance, something hidden in the fog. The photo was never released publicly, only described. What do you think they saw before they disappeared? The cave discovery title, The Hidden Cave Chamber That Shouldn't Exist. Deep underground, researchers found a chamber nobody knew existed. Scientists were mapping an ancient cave system when their scanners detected an empty space behind a rock wall. After carefully digging through, they discovered a hidden chamber. The room had been sealed for thousands of years. Inside were strange carvings, unlike anything found before. No one could identify the symbols. Then they found footprints, perfect footprints, pressed into the floor. The problem? They looked completely fresh. Researchers knew nobody had entered the chamber before them. As they continued exploring, they noticed one final carving. It appeared to show the chamber opening, but it was created thousands of years ago. They photographed it, measured it, and sealed the chamber again the same week. How could whoever made it know the chamber would be discovered? The Whispering Hallway title, The Empty Hallway That Whispered Every Night. People heard whispers even when the building was completely empty. An old government building sat abandoned for years. Security guards working overnight reported hearing voices in one hallway. At first, nobody believed them. Then audio equipment was installed. The building was empty. No visitors, no workers, no nearby offices. Yet every night, microphones recorded faint whispers. The voices were too quiet to understand. Experts analyzed the recordings. Most of the sounds were impossible to identify. But one phrase appeared again and again. 3 words. The same 3 words every night. When investigators enhanced the audio, they couldn't believe what they heard. The voices seemed to be warning someone. The recordings are archived now, still unexplained, still repeating on nights nobody checks anymore. But who were they warning? The last recording title, the final recording that nobody can explain. This recording captured something nobody could explain. A researcher disappeared while studying a remote forest. Days later, search teams recovered his audio recorder. Most of the recording was normal. Footsteps, birds, wind through the trees. Then everything changed. The researcher suddenly stopped talking. For nearly 30 seconds, only silence could be heard. Then a voice spoke. Not one voice, several voices, all speaking at the same time. The sounds didn't match any known language. Investigators slowed down the audio and isolated the voices. Hidden beneath them was a single sentence. One sentence nobody could explain. The recording ended immediately afterward. The device was never turned on again, though it still sits fully charged in an evidence locker. What do you think the voices were trying to say? The strange reflection title. The reflection that moved on its own. The reflection moved, but the person standing there didn't. A woman was taking a photo in an old hotel mirror when she noticed something terrifying. In the picture, her reflection wasn't copying her movements. She raised her hand. The reflection didn't. Instead, it slowly turned its head and stared directly at the camera. Thinking it was a trick of the light, she took another photo, then another. In every image, the reflection appeared in a different position. But according to witnesses, she never moved at all. When investigators examined the mirror, they found nothing unusual. No hidden screens, no editing. Nothing. But in the final photo, the reflection wasn't standing where she was anymore. It was standing behind her. She still has that photo, tucked away, though she says she can't look at it for long. So here's the question. What would you do if your reflection stopped copying you? The Forgotten Bunker title. The secret bunker hidden beneath the city. Workers uncovered a sealed bunker hidden beneath the city. Construction crews thought they had hit an old foundation, but when they dug deeper, they found a massive steel door buried underground. The door had no markings, no records, no explanation. After hours of work, it was finally opened. Inside was a fully preserved bunker, rows of chairs, old equipment, supplies that looked untouched for decades. The strangest part? Every clock inside had stopped at the exact same minute. Investigators searched city archives, but found no mention of the bunker. It was as if it never officially existed. Then they discovered a locked room at the back. What was inside has never been publicly revealed. The bunker was resealed shortly after, on orders nobody wanted to explain, and to this day, nobody knows who built it. So what do you think was hidden in that final room? The Missing Child Case. Title: The One Clue That Solved a Missing Child Mystery. One clue changed the entire investigation. A child disappeared without a trace. Police searched for weeks. No witnesses, no evidence, no answers. The case seemed impossible. Then investigators noticed something strange in an old family photo. In the background was a vehicle parked near the house. At first it looked unimportant, but when they enhanced the image, they found a partial license plate. That tiny detail led police to a person who had never been considered a suspect. Suddenly, the investigation took a completely different direction. Years later, people still debate what really happened, because some details of the case were never released to the public. The photo itself is kept sealed in the case file, still all these years later. And one major question remains unanswered. What do you think investigators discovered that day? The hidden camera title, The Hidden Camera, recorded something impossible. The footage revealed something investigators weren't expecting. Police recovered a hidden camera from an abandoned building. Nobody knew who installed it or why. The device had been recording for months. Most of the footage showed empty hallways. Nothing unusual. Then investigators reached one recording. At exactly 3:17 a.m., a figure appeared at the end of the corridor. The person stood completely still for nearly 10 minutes. Then something strange happened. The figure walked toward the camera, frame by frame, until it was only inches away. But when the footage ended, nobody ever appeared on the other side of the lens. The hallway remained empty the whole time. On every other angle they checked. Investigators still can't explain it. So what do you think the camera actually recorded? The night visitor title, The Stranger Who Appeared on the Porch Every Night. Every night, someone appeared on the porch, but never stayed long enough to be identified. A family started noticing strange activity on their security camera. Every night at the exact same time, someone would walk onto their porch. The figure never knocked, never spoke, never left anything behind. They simply stood there, watching the house, then disappeared. The family tried waiting outside. The visitor never came. They called police. Nothing was found. Weeks later, they upgraded their cameras. This time, they captured a clearer image. But instead of solving the mystery, it made things worse. The figure appeared to be wearing clothes from another era. And in one frame, its face wasn't visible at all. Just darkness. Then the visits suddenly stopped, as quickly and quietly as they started. No explanation, no final appearance, no explanation, no answers. So who do you think was showing up every night? Getting toward the middle of the night now. If you like falling asleep to these, subscribing means you'll never miss the next collection. The mansion that was never empty. The mansion had been abandoned for decades, yet lights kept appearing in the windows. Everyone in town knew about the old house at the edge of the forest. Nobody had lived there for over 40 years. The power was disconnected. The doors were locked. But every night, People saw strange lights moving inside. Some believed someone was hiding there. Others thought something impossible was happening. One night, a group of explorers entered the mansion to uncover the truth. They searched every room. The house was completely empty. No people, no furniture moving, nothing. But as they stepped outside, a light suddenly appeared in an upstairs window. The problem? They were all standing outside watching it happen. When they went back in, the room was empty again, the air inside somehow colder than the hallway. So who or what was turning on the lights? The secret door behind the bookshelf. Behind a bookshelf, workers discovered a hidden entrance. It happened during renovations of an old building. Workers noticed one bookshelf looked different from the others. When they pushed it, the entire shelf slowly opened. Behind it was a dark staircase leading underground. The strange part? The building's blueprints showed nothing about it. Curious, the workers grabbed their flashlights and went down. At the bottom was a locked metal door. Inside was a hidden room untouched for decades. Old furniture covered in dust filled the space, but one thing made everyone freeze. A chair sat in the middle of the room, and it looked like someone had been sitting there recently. The dust around its legs disturbed in a perfect circle. Who built the secret room? And who was using it? The evidence that disappeared. The most important piece of evidence vanished from a locked room. Investigators thought the case was finally solved. The evidence was placed inside a secure room with only a few people having access. The next morning, it was gone. The door was still locked. The windows were sealed. There were no signs of a break-in. Security cameras showed nobody entering or leaving. Investigators checked everything. Every hallway, every camera, every person. But the evidence had disappeared without a trace. Without it, the entire case collapsed. Years later, nobody has found an answer. The room is still used, still secured, though a few investigators quietly refuse to work in it alone. If nobody entered the room, how did someone take it? The cabin that appeared from nowhere. Hikers found a cabin, but nobody could explain who built it. Deep in the mountains, a group of hikers discovered a small wooden cabin hidden among the trees. At first, they thought someone lived there, but something felt wrong. There were no roads nearby, no footprints, no records of construction. The cabin wasn't on any map. Inside, everything looked normal. A fireplace, a table, freshly stacked firewood. But when investigators searched for the owner, they found nothing. No name, no history, no explanation. Weeks later, another group returned to find the cabin. But it was gone. No remains, no broken wood, nothing, not even a clearing where it once stood. So who built the cabin? And where did it disappear to? The signal that came every night. A mysterious signal appeared every night at exactly the same time. For months, radio operators noticed something strange. Every night at 11:17 p.m., the same signal appeared, same frequency, same pattern, same mysterious sound. Experts tried tracking where it came from, but every attempt failed. The signal seemed to come from nowhere. One researcher decided to slow down the recording. That's when he heard something hidden inside the noise. A voice. The words were unclear, but it sounded like someone was trying to send a message. The next night, the signal returned, but this time, the voice sounded closer, like it had moved from a whisper to a breath right beside him. What was sending the signal and who was trying to communicate? The Silent Forest title. Animals refuse to enter this forest. Deep in a remote forest, there is a place where everything goes silent. No birds singing, no insects buzzing. Even wild animals stop at the edge and refuse to go any further. Researchers placed cameras around the area to find out why. The footage showed deer walking toward the forest. Then suddenly, freezing. They would stare into the darkness before running away. Some animals wouldn't even step across the boundary, no matter how the researchers tried to coax them. The strangest part? Scientists found no predators, no dangerous plants, no explanation. Just an empty section of forest where nature itself seems afraid to enter. So, what are these animals sensing that humans can't? Would you walk into this silent forest? The mystery box title, the box that stayed locked for 100 years. Workers renovating an old house discovered a wooden box hidden behind a wall. Attached to it was a note that said, "Do not open." Nobody knew who wrote it, or why it was hidden. For over a century the box remained untouched. Some believed it contained gold. Others thought it held a dark secret. Eventually, experts decided to open it. The lock was carefully removed, the lid slowly lifted, and inside was something nobody expected. But before the discovery could be revealed, the box was sealed again. The reason? Officials said the contents needed further investigation. Nobody involved has spoken publicly since. So what was inside that mysterious box, and why was someone desperate to keep it hidden? The Lost Treasure title. The treasure map nobody has solved. An old journal was discovered with a strange map hidden inside. The map showed symbols, directions and clues leading to a forgotten location. Treasure hunters believed it could lead to a fortune buried underground. The landmarks matched. The clues seemed real. So they started digging. Days turned into weeks, but nothing was found. Then one day, workers discovered a strange metal object buried beneath the ground. Everyone thought they had finally found the treasure. But before they could continue searching, the excavation site was suddenly closed. Nobody was allowed back, fences going up within days, no explanation offered. The map still exists today, and the treasure remains missing. Was the treasure never real? Or is something valuable still waiting to be found? The abandoned ship title, the ship that arrived with no crew. A ship was discovered drifting near the shore. At first, everything looked normal, but when rescuers boarded, they found something terrifying. Nobody was there. The engines were off. The food was still on the tables. Personal belongings were left behind. It looked like the crew disappeared in the middle of their daily routine. There were no signs of a struggle, no emergency signal, no missing lifeboats. Investigators searched the entire ship, but every person who had been on board was gone. The strangest part, the ship was still perfectly operational, engines idling as if someone had only just stepped away. So what happened to the crew? And how did the ship reach shore by itself? The last witness title, The Witness Who Changed Everything. For years, investigators believed they knew exactly what happened. The evidence seemed clear. The case was almost finished. Then one final witness appeared. They revealed a detail that changed everything. They claimed they saw something that completely contradicted the official story. Detectives reopened the investigation. Old records were checked. New evidence was discovered. Suddenly, the entire timeline fell apart. The person everyone suspected may not have been responsible after all. But before investigators could hear the full story, the witness disappeared, leaving behind nothing but the one statement they'd already given. Leaving behind only one question. Did they reveal the truth? Or were they hiding something even bigger? The Ghost Town. Title: The Ghost Town Where Everyone Disappeared. Thousands once lived here. Now it's completely empty. Imagine walking through a town where thousands of people once lived. But today, nobody is there. Decades ago, this place was full of families, businesses, and busy streets. Children played outside, stores were open, and life seemed normal. Then something changed. People started leaving one by one. Some say the jobs disappeared. Others believe something happened that forced everyone to leave. Today, empty houses still stand untouched. Furniture remains inside. Old photographs are still hanging on walls. It looks like everyone left in a hurry. But why? At night, visitors claim they hear strange noises coming from the abandoned buildings, voices carrying down empty streets that shouldn't carry any sound at all. Was this town simply forgotten? Or did something make everyone run away? What do you think happened here? The Forgotten Road title. The road that vanished from every map. The road disappeared from maps decades ago. For years, this road connected two towns. People travelled across it every day without a second thought. Then one day, it was removed from official records. No explanation. No warning. Old residents still remember the road's location, but finding it today is almost impossible. Some explorers claim they discovered broken pavement hidden beneath trees and plants. But something strange happened when they followed it. Their GPS stopped working, their phones lost signal, and some claimed they felt like someone was watching them close from just beyond where their flashlights reached. Was the road abandoned naturally, or was it erased for a reason? Why would someone want an entire road forgotten? The Secret Meeting. Title: The Hidden Meeting. Nobody was supposed to know about. A hidden document revealed a meeting that was never supposed to happen. For years, historians believed these people had never met. Then a forgotten document was discovered inside an old archive. The file described a secret meeting held behind closed doors. There were no photos, no official records, no witnesses. But the document claimed important decisions were made that night. Researchers started searching for more evidence, but soon some records disappeared, quietly, without explanation, right as the search intensified. Was it just a coincidence? Or did someone want the truth hidden forever? What really happened during that secret meeting? The Hidden Cave title. The cave discovery that terrified explorers. Explorers discovered the cave by accident and wished they hadn't. A group of hikers was exploring a remote area when they noticed a small opening between rocks. Inside was a hidden cave that appeared untouched for thousands of years. The deeper they went, the stranger it became. Ancient symbols covered the walls. The air suddenly became freezing cold, and some explorers claimed they heard sounds coming from deeper inside the cave. Then they found something that made them leave immediately. They refused to explain what they saw. Even now, they change the subject whenever it comes up. Even today, nobody knows what was hidden inside that cave. What do you think they discovered? What do you think? The Midnight Caller title, the phone call that came every night at midnight. The phone rang every night at midnight, but nobody was on the line. At first, everyone thought it was just a prank, but the calls never stopped. Every single night, exactly at midnight. When the phone was answered, there was only silence. Then one night, something changed. The person listening heard a faint sound coming from the other end. A whisper. They couldn't understand the words, but it sounded like someone was trying to send a message. The next night, the call came again, but this time the whisper was louder, close enough now to make out a single word, though nobody would say which one. Who was calling every night? And what were they trying to say? However far into sleep you already are, thank you for having this playing. A quick subscribe helps this channel keep this series going. The Locked Vault. The vault remained sealed for 70 years, until someone finally opened it. For 7 decades, nobody knew what was hidden inside. The massive steel vault sat untouched beneath an abandoned building. Rumors spread for years. Some believed it contained gold. Others thought it held secret documents. When workers finally broke the lock, everyone expected a shocking discovery. The heavy door slowly opened, hinges groaning like they hadn't moved in a lifetime. Inside were old boxes covered in dust, but hidden among the forgotten items were letters, photographs, and documents connected to a mystery that had never been solved. Then, investigators found something strange. One photograph inside the vault had a date written on the back, a date years after the vault was supposedly sealed. Nobody has explained how it got there. So who placed it there, and what other secrets are still waiting to be discovered? The Vanished Family. One morning, an entire family disappeared without leaving a single clue. The house looked completely normal. Breakfast was still sitting on the table, the lights were still on, the family car was still parked outside, but nobody was home. Neighbours said the family had been there the night before and nothing seemed unusual. Police searched the entire house. No signs of a struggle, no goodbye note, no evidence of where they went. Weeks later, investigators found something strange. A calendar in the kitchen had one date circled in red. There was no explanation, no message, just one mysterious date, weeks in the future from the day they vanished. To this day, nobody knows what happened. But was that date the clue everyone missed? The hidden photograph. The old photograph revealed a person who wasn't supposed to be there. A forgotten picture was discovered inside a dusty attic. At first it looked completely normal. A group of people stood outside an old building smiling for the camera. But when someone looked closer, they noticed a mysterious person standing in the background. The problem? Historical records showed that person was nowhere near that location when the photo was taken. Experts examined the image, no signs of editing, no evidence it was fake. Then another photograph from the same day showed the same person in a different spot wearing the same clothes. So how did they appear in both pictures? And who was the stranger hiding in the background? The desert signal. A strange transmission has been coming from the desert for decades. For years, radio operators reported hearing the same mysterious signal. It came from somewhere deep in a remote desert. The message repeated again and again, but nobody could understand it. Scientists searched for the source. They found nothing. No buildings, no machines, no signs anyone was there. Yet, the signal continued. Then one researcher discovered something unusual. The pattern wasn't random. It appeared to contain hidden coordinates. When they decoded the message, the location pointed to a place that shouldn't exist, a set of coordinates that mapped to empty desert with nothing marked on record. So, who is sending the signal, and what will happen if someone finally follows it? The strange visitor. The security camera recorded someone arriving, but never leaving. A homeowner checked their security footage after hearing strange noises outside. The camera showed a person walking toward the house late at night. They entered the property and disappeared around the corner, but they never appeared again. Hours passed. The next morning, police reviewed every camera angle. The person never left, not through the front gate, not through the backyard, not through any visible exit. Investigators searched the area. No footprints, no evidence, nothing. Just a video showing someone arrive and completely vanish. But one final frame revealed something disturbing. The visitor wasn't looking at the house. They were looking directly at the camera, as if they'd known it was there the entire time. The missing hiker. He disappeared on a popular trail in broad daylight. A hiker started his journey on a busy mountain trail surrounded by other visitors. The weather was perfect. The path was clear, but sometime that afternoon, he vanished. Search teams arrived quickly. They searched every part of the area. Forests, cliffs, rivers, and hidden paths. Drones scanned from above. Dogs tracked his scent. Then suddenly stopped, refusing to go any further, right at the same point on the trail. His backpack and phone were never found. No one saw him leave the trail. No evidence showed where he went. It was like he disappeared into thin air. Years later, the case remains unsolved. What do you think really happened to the missing hiker? The unopened room. The room had been locked for nearly a century. During renovations of an old mansion, workers discovered a hidden door behind a wall. Records showed the room had been sealed for almost 100 years. Nobody knew why. When the door was finally opened, everyone was shocked. Inside was a room frozen in time. Dust covered old furniture. Photographs hung on the walls. A clock sat stopped at the same exact moment. But then investigators noticed something strange. There were signs someone had recently been inside. A chair pulled slightly out, a layer of dust disturbed near the window. The problem? There was no other way in or out. Who entered the room after all those years? And what were they hiding? The forgotten tunnel workers discovered a hidden tunnel beneath the city streets. A construction crew was digging downtown when their machines broke through the ground. Below them was a tunnel that wasn't on any map. At first, they thought it was an old sewer, but the deeper they went, the stranger it became. They found ancient tools, broken lanterns, and mysterious markings covering the walls. Nobody knew who built it or why it was hidden. Some believed it was used for secret meetings. Others thought it connected forgotten parts of the city. Before anyone could explore further, the tunnel collapsed, sealing itself shut as suddenly as it had opened. And whatever was waiting beyond it remains hidden. What do you think was inside? The secret recording. The tape captured a voice investigators couldn't identify. A mysterious recording was discovered during an old investigation. Most of the tape was just silence and background noise, until a voice appeared. It spoke for only a few seconds, but what it said shocked investigators. They searched every possible person connected to the case. Nobody matched the voice. Experts analyzed the audio. They found no explanation. The strangest part? The voice mentioned details that were never made public. Details only investigators were supposed to know. So how did someone know those details? And who was the person behind the recording? The last letter. The letter arrived years after the sender disappeared. A man vanished without warning. Search teams looked everywhere, but no trace of him was ever found. Years passed, and the mystery remained unsolved. Then one day, a letter appeared at his family's home. The return address belonged to the missing man. The handwriting looked exactly like his. Inside was a short message claiming he was still alive. Experts examined the letter. Some believed it was real. Others thought it was a carefully planned fake. The envelope itself had no postmark, no trace of where it had actually been mailed from. But one question remains. If he wrote the letter, where had he been all those years? The empty house. The house looked abandoned, but someone had just made dinner. A group of explorers found an old house hidden deep in the woods. The windows were broken, dust covered everything, and it looked like nobody had lived there for years. But when they walked inside, something felt wrong. On the dining table was a fresh plate of food. It was still warm. The kitchen light was on. A pot was still boiling on the stove. They searched every room, expecting to find someone hiding, but the house was completely empty. No footsteps, no signs of anyone leaving. Then they found a note beside the plate. It only said 3 words. "You're just late." They left without eating. Nobody wanted to ask what would have happened if they'd stayed for the meal. Who made the dinner? And who was it waiting for? The haunted forest people who enter this forest report hearing the same strange sound. For decades, hikers have described the same terrifying experience. Deep inside the forest, they hear a whistle. 3 short notes, always the same. At first it sounds far away, but the longer they stay, the closer it gets. Some hikers follow the sound, hoping to find whoever is making it, but they never find anyone. One person recorded the whistle and compared it to every known animal's sound. Nothing matched. Then a group of hikers reported something impossible. The whistle started copying the exact tune one of them was humming, note for note, a beat behind. If something is making this sound, why has nobody ever found it? The missing key. The key vanished for decades before reappearing in an impossible place. In 1954, a family lost a small brass key inside their home. They searched everywhere, the rooms, the garden, even inside the walls. But the key was gone. Decades later, new owners renovated the house. While removing an old fireplace, they discovered something strange. The missing key was trapped inside a solid brick. There were no cracks, no holes, no repairs. Experts said there was no normal way the key could have gotten inside. No seam, no fracture, nothing to explain it. So, how did it appear there? Was it hidden by someone? Or is there another explanation? The unknown voice. The voicemail came from a number that didn't exist. One night, A woman received a strange voicemail from an unknown caller. The number on the screen wasn't real. When she played the message, she heard only static. Then a voice spoke. It sounded exactly like her brother, but her brother had died 2 years earlier. The voice said, "Don't take the highway tomorrow." She thought it was impossible. But the next day, she changed her plans and stayed home. Hours later, a serious accident happened on that exact highway. Police tried tracing the voicemail, but the number had never existed. She still has the message saved. She's never deleted it, and she's never played it for anyone else. So who sent the warning? The Lost Diary. The diary's final entry ended in the middle of a sentence. An old diary was discovered hidden inside a forgotten attic. Most of the pages described normal everyday life. But near the end, the writing changed. The author claimed someone was watching the house every night. A figure standing near the trees, never moving, never leaving. Then came the final entry. The handwriting was rushed. It said, "I can see the figure outside again. It's closer tonight. I think it's finally reached the front door. If anyone finds this, please don't let it." And that was the last thing ever written. The author disappeared. No one knows what happened. The diary was found closed on the floor, several feet from where it had clearly been written. What was the writer about to say? This channel grows through people like you who stay through the whole night. If that's you, consider subscribing before you fully drift off. The Hidden Passage. Behind the wall, builders discovered a secret passageway. Workers were renovating an old building when their tools broke through a hidden wall. At first, they thought it was just empty space. But when they looked inside, they found a narrow passage stretching deep beneath the building. Dust covered everything. No records mentioned the tunnel. No blueprints showed it existed. As they explored farther, they discovered old objects scattered along the floor, as if someone had left in a hurry. Then they found a locked door at the very end. Nobody knew where it led. When experts finally opened it, they made a discovery that raised even more questions. They haven't said what they found, only that the door was resealed the same day. What do you think was hidden behind that final door? The Mountain Mystery. Something strange appears on the mountain every winter. Every year, when snow covers the mountain, people notice the same mysterious shape. It appears high on the slope. From a distance, it looks almost human. Some believe it's just a strange rock formation. Others think it's something much more mysterious. The shape disappears every spring. then returns again the following winter, always in the same spot, always the same size. Photographers have spent years trying to solve the mystery, but nobody can explain exactly what they are seeing. One climber claimed the figure seemed closer after he looked away. Was it a trick of nature, an illusion, or something waiting on the mountain? The strange shadow. The shadow moved even though nobody was there. One night, a security camera captured something impossible. A dark shadow appeared on an empty hallway wall, but there was no person nearby. At first, everyone thought it was just a camera glitch. Then the shadow started moving, slowly, almost like it was walking. The hallway remained completely empty. No doors opened. No lights changed. Yet the shadow continued moving across the wall. When employees watched the footage again, they noticed something terrifying. The shadow stopped directly in front of the camera, almost as if it knew it was being watched and had simply been waiting for someone to finally look back. What do you think caused the strange shadow? The abandoned camp. The campsite was found exactly as it was left, but everyone was gone. Search teams discovered a campsite deep in the wilderness. The tents were still standing. Food was sitting untouched. Backpacks were lying exactly where they had been placed. It looked like the campers had disappeared in the middle of their trip. But there were no signs of danger, no footprints leading away, no evidence of a struggle, nothing. Investigators searched the area for days. Then they found one strange clue several miles away, far enough that no one could explain how it got there without leaving a single track behind it. A clue that only made the mystery deeper. What really happened to the missing campers? The night train passengers reported seeing the same mysterious figure every night. For years, travellers on a late-night train shared the same strange story. A figure appeared beside the tracks at exactly the same location, always at the same time, always wearing the same clothes. Passengers described the same emotionless face. Train operators checked the area repeatedly, but nobody was ever there. Some believed it was just a legend. Others thought passengers were seeing the same impossible thing. Then one night, someone took a photo through the train window. When they looked at the picture, they saw something that made them freeze. The figure wasn't standing beside the tracks anymore. It was closer than the tracks could ever be. Who or what was standing beside the train? The lost signal. A radio signal came back after 40 years, but nobody was sending it. For decades, a strange frequency sat silent. Then, one night, radio operators detected something impossible. The same signal had returned. The transmission was weak and filled with static. At first, experts thought it was just interference. But then, they heard a voice. The message repeated the same words over and over again. The strange part? The signal came from an abandoned research station that had been shut down decades earlier. The equipment was gone. The building had no power, yet the transmission continued. Investigators searched the area and discovered something even stranger. The signal contained a set of coordinates, a location that had never been mentioned before and hadn't existed on any chart until that night. So who was sending the signal after 40 years? And what was waiting at those coordinates? The secret chamber. Archaeologists uncovered a hidden chamber buried beneath ancient ruins. For thousands of years, nobody knew it was there. During an excavation, researchers noticed unusual markings beneath the ground. After carefully removing layers of stone, they found a sealed entrance. Inside was a chamber untouched by time. The walls were covered with mysterious symbols. Ancient objects were still sitting exactly where they had been left. But the biggest discovery was hidden in the center of the room. A stone container that had never been opened. Experts believe it could reveal secrets about the people who built the ruins. Some think it belonged to a forgotten ruler. Others believe it was created for a much darker purpose. The container remains unopened still, while researchers argue over whether it should be. But the biggest mystery remains. Why was this chamber hidden from the world for thousands of years? The Vanishing Road drivers claim a mysterious road appears only after midnight. According to local legends, the road suddenly appears where there was nothing before. People describe driving down a normal highway when they see a road that doesn't exist on any map. At first, everything looks normal. Streetlights, road signs, fresh pavement. But then things start changing. The signs show unfamiliar locations, GPS devices stop working, and the road seems to stretch forever. Some drivers say they reached the end and turned around, only to discover the road behind them had disappeared. By morning, there is no evidence the road ever existed. Every driver who's seen it describes the same detail, how normal it felt right up until it wasn't. So if the road isn't real, where are all these drivers disappearing to? The midnight knock. Every night at midnight someone knocks, but nobody is there. For weeks a family heard the same sound, 3 slow knocks on their front door, every single night. They checked outside, nothing. They installed security cameras, still nothing. No person, no animal, no explanation, but the knocking continued. Then one night, they decided to record everything. The next morning, they watched the footage. At exactly midnight, the knocking happened. But something else appeared. A dark figure standing near the door, only for a second. Then it vanished. The police found no evidence anyone had been there. The family still hears it some nights. They've simply stopped checking. So, who or what was knocking every night? King. The hidden truth. A forgotten document changed everything. For years, people believed they knew the full story. Then researchers discovered an old file hidden inside an abandoned archive. At first, it looked like an ordinary piece of paper, but when experts examined it, they found something shocking. The names didn't match. The dates were different, and important details had been left out of the official story. The document revealed information nobody had seen before. Historians spent months studying it. Some believe it proves the original story was incomplete. Others think it reveals something much bigger. And the strangest part, researchers believe more hidden documents may still exist, tucked away in the same archive, uncatalogued. So if one forgotten file changed history, what other secrets are still waiting to be discovered? The missing couple. The couple vanished during a weekend trip, and their car was found locked from the inside. A young couple left for a peaceful weekend getaway and never returned. When their family couldn't contact them, police started searching. Days later, their car was found parked near a lonely forest road. But something was wrong. The doors were locked from the inside. Their phones, bags, and belongings were still inside the vehicle. There were no signs of a struggle, no footprints nearby, no clue where they went. It was like they disappeared without a trace. Search teams looked through the area for weeks. Then a hiker reported hearing voices coming from deep in the woods the same night they vanished. Police searched the location, but they found nothing. Not even a trail to follow into the trees. So what really happened to the missing couple? The forgotten cabin. Deep in the woods stood a cabin that appeared on no map. A group of hikers exploring a remote forest found something impossible. An old cabin hidden between the trees. The strange part? It wasn't on any map. The cabin looked abandoned, but inside everything was perfectly arranged. A table was set for dinner. The fireplace still had fresh ashes, and an old clock on the wall was still ticking. The hikers searched for information about the cabin, but there were no records, no owner, no history. Then they discovered an old photograph. It showed the same cabin from nearly 80 years ago, but standing in the doorway was a person who looked exactly like one of the hikers. Same face, same posture, same small scar above the eyebrow. How could that be? The secret vault. Workers discovered a hidden vault beneath an old building. During renovations on a century-old building, workers found something shocking. Hidden beneath the basement floor was a giant steel door. There were no blueprints showing it existed. After hours of work, they finally opened it. Inside was a secret vault untouched for decades. Everyone expected to find money or treasure. Instead, they found dozens of locked boxes. Most were empty, but one box contained old letters describing secret meetings that happened inside the building many years ago. Then they found the final letter. The date on it was impossible. It was dated years into the future, and the message inside predicted something that hadn't happened yet. The letter has been kept, but never shown publicly, not since that first reading. Who wrote that letter? The unknown figure. A mysterious figure appeared in every photo taken that day. A family was enjoying a normal day when they captured something strange. Later that night, they looked through their photos, and they noticed the same person in every picture, a dark figure standing in the background, watching. At first, they thought it was just another visitor. But then they noticed something impossible. The figure appeared in photos taken from different locations, sometimes miles apart, sometimes only minutes later. Experts examined the pictures. There was no evidence they were edited. Then someone noticed something disturbing. The figure didn't appear to have a shadow in any of the photos, no matter the light. So who was the mysterious person following them? The final recording. The last recording ended with a sound nobody could identify. A researcher exploring a remote area recorded everything during his journey. For days, nothing unusual happened. Then suddenly, he disappeared. Weeks later, search teams found his recording device. The final audio file was only 2 minutes long. At first, there were normal sounds. Footsteps, heavy breathing, then silence. A few seconds later, a strange noise appeared. Experts studied the recording for years. Nobody could identify what created the sound. It wasn't an animal, it wasn't a machine, and it didn't sound human. Near the end of the recording, the researcher whispered, "I think it's behind me." Then the audio stopped. The device was still recording when it was found, just no longer capturing anything at all. What do you think was out there? Getting closer to the end now. If these stories have helped you sleep tonight, subscribing is the easiest way to support more nights like this one. The silent witness. One witness saw everything, but never told a single person. A quiet man lived near the scene of a mysterious disappearance. Police questioned everyone, but nobody had answers. Years later, investigators discovered something shocking. The man had kept hidden notes inside his home. Dates, times, strange vehicles. He had witnessed important events connected to the case. But he never reported what he saw. Nobody knows if he was scared, threatened, or protecting someone. His notes revealed clues investigators never had before. But one page was missing. The page that may have explained everything, torn cleanly from the notebook. Never recovered. What do you think was written on that missing page? The hidden evidence. A dusty box hidden for decades may have changed the entire case. The investigation had gone cold. For years, nobody found any new leads. Then, workers cleaning an old storage room discovered a forgotten box. Inside were photographs, letters, and documents nobody knew existed. The evidence appeared connected to one of the biggest mysteries in the area. Some records contradicted the official story. Others pointed toward a suspect never investigated. Detectives reopened the case. But before they could uncover the truth, several important items disappeared again from a locked room without a trace of how. Was someone hiding the evidence all along? The lost map. An ancient map pointed to a place that shouldn't exist. Collectors discovered a centuries-old map hidden inside an old book. At first, it looked ordinary, but one location marked on the map caught everyone's attention. The place wasn't recorded on any modern map. Researchers searched archives. Nothing. Historians checked old documents. Still nothing. An expedition was launched to find the mysterious location. Deep in the wilderness, explorers discovered strange ruins. The symbols on the walls matched the ones on the map exactly, line for line. But one question remained. Who created the map, and what were they trying to reveal? The mystery house. This abandoned house had no power, yet lights kept turning on. For years, nobody entered the old house. The electricity had been disconnected long ago, yet neighbors kept seeing lights glowing in the windows, sometimes late at night, sometimes before sunrise. Investigators finally entered the building. Inside, everything looked untouched. No furniture moved, no signs of anyone living there. But then they found something impossible. Fresh footprints leading upstairs. The trail stopped at a locked room, and nobody could explain who had been inside. The room has never been opened since. Nobody's volunteered to be the one who does it. What do you think was hiding behind that door? The last phone call. His final phone call lasted seconds, but revealed a mystery nobody could solve. A man disappeared without leaving a trace. The only clue was his last phone call. The conversation seemed normal at first, but investigators noticed something strange in the recording. A faint voice in the background, then a sudden noise, and the call ended. Experts analyzed the audio for years. They discovered hidden sounds that raised even more questions. Then they heard something nobody expected. A single word buried in the recording, a word that changed the entire investigation. The recording is still classified, still studied, still unresolved. What do you think he heard before the call ended? The empty hallway. The security camera captured footsteps, but nobody was there. Late one night, guards were watching footage from an empty office building. Everything looked normal until they heard it. Footsteps, slowly walking down a long hallway. Step, step, step. But when they checked the camera, there was nobody. The hallway was completely empty. No person, no animal, nothing. The guards searched every room but found no explanation. Then they noticed something terrifying. The footsteps stopped right outside a locked storage room, a room that had been closed for years. When they finally opened the door, they discovered something that made no sense. They locked it again before the night was over. What do you think was making those footsteps? The Forgotten Journal. A journal contained a warning nobody understood, until years later. During a house renovation, workers found an old journal hidden inside a wall. Most pages were ordinary, but one entry was different. It said, "The water will rise, leave before it's too late." Nobody knew what it meant. The journal was decades old, so people ignored the warning. Years passed. Then a massive storm hit the area. Rivers overflowed, entire neighborhoods flooded. Suddenly, people remembered the forgotten journal. The warning matched the disaster perfectly. But there was one final sentence written at the bottom of the page, a sentence nobody noticed until after the flood. What did it say? The strange light. Every night, a mysterious light appeared above the lake. People living nearby noticed the strange glow after midnight. It wasn't an airplane. It wasn't a drone. And it appeared at the exact same time every night. Some witnesses said it hovered silently above the water. Others claimed it moved faster than anything they had ever seen. Researchers investigated, but no explanation solved the mystery. Then one fisherman decided to follow the light. He took his boat into the darkness. Hours later, he returned. But he refused to tell anyone what he saw. He never went back to the lake again, and he still won't say why. What do you think happened out there? The secret path. Hikers discovered a trail that wasn't shown on any map. Deep inside a remote forest, a group of hikers found a narrow path hidden between the trees. Their GPS showed nothing. Their maps showed nothing. But the trail looked like it had been there for hundreds of years. They followed it deeper into the forest. Along the way, they found strange stone markers covered in unknown symbols. After hours of walking, they reached a clearing. In the middle was an abandoned structure no one had ever recorded. They took pictures and left. But when researchers returned later, the trail was gone. The trees looked untouched, like nobody had ever been there. Not even the hikers who swore they'd just walked it. So where did the secret path lead? The missing explorer. His final radio message still gives investigators chills. An experienced explorer traveled alone into a remote wilderness area. For days, everything seemed normal. Then his radio suddenly came alive. His voice sounded terrified. He said he had discovered something unusual nearby. Then he whispered, "It's moving toward me." The signal cut off. Rescue teams arrived quickly. They found his camp exactly as he left it. His food was still there. His equipment was untouched. Even his radio was still working. But the explorer was gone. No footprints, no struggle, no explanation. Years later, investigators still study his final transmission, because some believe something else was heard in the background just under his voice, just before the signal cut. What do you think happened to him? The hidden door. Behind a wall, builders uncovered a door that had been sealed for decades. A renovation crew was tearing down an old wall inside a historic building when they found something impossible. A hidden wooden door. The strange part? Nobody knew it existed. It had been covered behind bricks and plaster for decades. When workers opened it, they discovered a forgotten room filled with dust, old furniture, and newspapers from over 70 years ago. It looked like someone had left in a hurry and never returned. But then they found something unusual. A locked metal box sitting in the corner. No key, no explanation, and nobody knows what was inside. The box was moved to storage, still locked, still waiting. So what do you think was hidden in that box? The lost passenger. A passenger boarded the train, but never arrived at the destination. One evening, a man boarded a train for a journey that should have taken only 2 hours. Passengers saw him enter. The conductor checked his ticket. Everything seemed normal. But when the train reached the final station, the man was gone. His luggage was still there. His jacket was still hanging on the seat, but nobody saw him leave. Security cameras showed him getting on the train, but there was no footage of him getting off. Police searched every station and every train car. They found nothing. To this day, nobody knows what happened to the missing passenger. So, where do you think he went? The unknown sound. Residents heard the strange sound every night, but nobody found its source. For months, people in a quiet neighborhood woke up to the same terrifying noise every single night at exactly the same time. A deep humming sound filled the streets. Some believed it came from underground. Others blamed nearby factories. Experts arrived with advanced equipment to find the source, but nothing worked. They recorded the sound. They studied the area. Still, they found no answer. Then one night, the sound suddenly stopped forever, mid-hum, as if something had simply switched it off. Nobody knows why it started, and nobody knows why it disappeared. The Forgotten Town. An entire town disappeared from maps almost overnight. Years ago, a small town existed far away from major cities. It had homes, businesses, and hundreds of residents. Then something strange happened. New maps were created, and the town was gone. Road signs disappeared. Records became harder to find. Some people even claimed the town never existed. But old photographs proved it was real. Today, abandoned buildings still remain where the town once stood. A place that was once full of life now sits forgotten, waiting for a return that keeps not coming. So why do you think an entire town vanished from history? The Midnight Visitor. Every night at midnight, someone appeared on the porch camera. A homeowner noticed something terrifying on their security footage. Every night, at exactly midnight, a person appeared outside their front door. They never knocked. They never moved. They just stood there, watching. The homeowner checked outside every time, but nobody was ever there. Police reviewed the footage but couldn't identify the stranger. Then one night, something changed. The figure slowly lifted their hand and pointed toward the street. The next morning, the visitor was gone forever. Nobody knows who they were or what they were trying to warn them about. Who do you think was standing on that porch? One more gentle reminder as we near the end. Subscribe if you'd like to fall asleep to more of these soon. The final clue. Just when the case was closed, investigators found one final clue. For years, detectives believed the mystery was solved. Every suspect had been questioned. Every lead had gone cold. The files were packed away and forgotten. Then, during a routine review of old evidence, investigators noticed something strange. A tiny detail hidden in a photograph. Something nobody had paid attention to before. When they enlarged the image, they discovered an object that shouldn't have been there. The clue pointed toward a completely different timeline of events. Suddenly, the entire case was thrown into question. Had they arrested the wrong person, or had the real truth been hidden all along in plain sight the whole time? What do you think investigators found in that photo? The Mystery Lake experts scanned the lake floor and found something they couldn't explain. Deep beneath a quiet lake lies a mystery that has puzzled experts for decades. Fishermen reported strange sounds coming from the water. Divers claimed they saw unusual shapes moving below. Scientists launched multiple surveys to map the lake floor. That's when they discovered a massive object resting in the darkness. The shape didn't match any known rock formation. Some believed it was a sunken structure. Others thought it was something entirely natural. But every attempt to fully investigate ended with more questions than answers. Even today, nobody can agree on what's really down there, resting in the dark, exactly where the sonar first found it. If you could dive to the bottom, what do you think you would find? The last photograph. This photo looked normal until someone zoomed in. The photograph was believed to be the final image taken before a mysterious disappearance. At first glance, everything seemed ordinary. A smiling face, a peaceful background, nothing unusual. Years later, someone examined the photo more closely. And that's when they noticed something shocking. Far in the distance stood a figure, a person nobody remembered seeing that day. The figure appeared to be watching the camera. Investigators studied every detail, but they never identified who the person was. And the mystery only grew deeper. The closer anyone looked at that one still, quiet corner of the frame. Who do you think was standing in the background? The secret room. A hammer broke through the wall and revealed a hidden room. Workers were renovating an old house when they noticed something unusual. One wall sounded hollow. Curious, they removed part of it. Behind the wall was a hidden doorway, and beyond that doorway was a secret room. Dust covered everything inside. Old furniture sat untouched. Boxes were stacked in the corners. It looked as if nobody had entered for decades. Then they found a locked chest. Nobody knew who put it there, or why the room had been sealed shut. When the chest was finally opened, the discovery raised even more questions. The room has since been closed again, this time with a proper door and a lock. What do you think was hidden inside the chest? The unsolved ending. This story has an ending, but nobody knows what it is. Some mysteries are solved, others remain unanswered forever. This story falls somewhere in between. The main events are well documented. Witnesses told their stories. Evidence was collected. Investigators followed every lead they could find. But one crucial piece of the puzzle was never discovered. Without it, nobody knows exactly what happened in the final moments. Every theory has flaws. Every explanation leaves questions behind. Years later, researchers still debate the ending, and the truth may never be known. Maybe that's the part that stays with you longest, not the mystery itself, but the not knowing. What do you think really happened?